What's up? What's up? What's up? Man, this is Black Men Unfiltered. Hey, it's Tuesday. So we want to go ahead and get it in, man. Guys, if you're watching right now, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share it with your family, share it with your friends, because we're about to get it in. K Soul, what's going on, man? Hey, K Soul, you know what? I would love to have you as a guest host tonight, man. You want to come on? I'll put the link I'll put the link in the chat if you want to come on, bro. Let me know. So,
why I kept calling him K104 Soul when I was talking to Kaylin. I don't know why. I kept calling him K104 Soul. I was like, damn.
Man. So, yeah, man. So, man, shout out to one of our cast members, man. Sierra, she had surgery today. We're looking out for Tony, man. He had an injury today. He injured himself today. So, Mother is with him. That's his wife. So he had a little injury while he was fishing today. So for right now, it's us three. But, we're going to carry on because we're going to get it in. In case Soul come on, it's really going to go in. So, but again, guys, man, please go ahead and like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe to this channel. So, guys, man, I want to hop right in on it, man. I know we normally vent. You know what? We're going to go ahead and vent. Go ahead, Lance. What's on your mind, bro?
Nothing really. Everything going good. Forgot Thanksgiving was coming up. I'm really mad. My family don't want to be a part of my. Don't want to get to know my friends. My best friend since middle school. I don't know if it's because she white. I don't know if it's because they just don't. they scared of what she gonna cook. But I'm trying to get them to come Thanksgiving. And plus, it's my nephew, my brother's first son's birthday. He was born on Thanksgiving, so I'm just ready to be thankful and get this food going.
Absolutely, man. What about you? Come on, Brian. What's up, man?
Oh, man. I just reached my 4,000 watch hours yesterday morning.
Hey!
Yeah, got my 4,000 watch hours, man. I got a strike, though, but it falls off December 1st. So
what strike did you have?
It was on me, man. I put on my thumbnail, I put trans-vaccinated. I'm trans-vaccinated.
Oh, okay.
And they took me down, man. So, hey, I learned from that. You know what I mean? So, I ain't going to make that mistake no more.
Yeah. I feel you. So, listen, man, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start, man, and hop right in, bro. The first thing, man, that I wanted to bring to y'all attention is what is the state of the culture, and is it too far gone? What is the state of the culture, and is it too far gone? Lance, we'll start with you.
I think the state of the culture is good. I mean, we're reaching a point where it's been revolutionized, though. I mean, we had to create a culture first. I mean, and let's not forget that. Like we discussed before. I mean, our culture is kind of immature. And I think that's one of the reasons why people are so drawn to it, because it's so interesting and new, but not new. We just had to reinvent and reintroduce it in a whole different way.
Right.
So for me, I think the state is good. I think we're in a state of growth. I think we're like a petri dish right now, where we're just starting to grow. We're yeast, and the only thing yeast do, the more you leave it, the better it gets every single year.
All right, and what about you, Jehovah?
Man, I'm gonna go negative. I agree with Lance on the positive side of the culture, man. I am happy to see the culture, everybody learning. I'm seeing more Black people, come together. I'm seeing just a lot more unity than ever. So that's the positive. But on the negative side, I'm seeing a lot of violence with my young people. There's a lot more guns on the streets now. Young people are losing themselves. They like the children of the corn right now. You know what I mean? Like now, us as an adults, for me, I'm just speaking for myself, man. I'm gonna have to negotiate with these young people. The violence is bothering me more than anything. And seeing people my age dying also. Still getting caught up in that street life, man. I think the streets is it was already negative, but now it's just like devilish now. Now I'm seeing things in the streets that I never really seen before. And it's all over America. It's just not from my hometown. It's not just Dallas, but it's everywhere, man. It's just like a system that's going on. That some ain't been right in our community in the last at least 4 years, man. I just seen an uptick in things that's very odd that I'm not used to seeing because the violence is uncontrollable now. I ain't saying the violence was controlled then, but violence starting to creep its way everywhere now. And I'm just worried that's one of the things that I'm noticing now, just the violence getting like bad. So
Yeah, because I was listening to Anton Daniels from AntonDaniels.com. Shout out to Anton. Um, and he straight out said it too, man. He went the same way you went with it. He was like, man, I just want you to know that black culture is trash. And he just said it right out, just straight out, just it's trash. He's like, the people that robbed me was the same color as me. He said the people that tried to break in my house and while my wife and kid was in the house, the same color as me. So I think Anton been through a lot, man. But he just straight out said it, man. I think that's just the black culture is trash, and I think it all comes down to accountability for me, bro. I think that we got to get to a point where we're being accountable. We got to get to a point where we're holding each other accountable, man. We can't. We letting too many people just go out and just do whatever, bro. We sit back in the cut. We don't say nothing. We don't pull people to the side no more. Nothing. We just let people do what the hell they want to do. I mean, how do y'all feel about that?
I pull people to the side. I ain't gonna lie. I call what I feel is bad or someone doing something wrong, especially if I know you and I know you're a sensible person. I will always call out the bullshit. But a lot of people don't like to be called out on it. That's why you might see a lot of people don't say nothing. A lot of people just don't want to come at people like that in fear of, or just don't want to deal with what come with it. But for me, I don't care. If I see that you're going the wrong path, I'm gonna tell you, and I want you to tell me. I don't care how you tell it, because you gotta respect the truth.
Right.
I'm I mean, I feel like this is like the same thing that's been over and over again. Media puts out all this stuff that you're supposed to just like want, desire, aspire to. But at the same time, I feel like black people still don't have like the same full opportunities as for education, or even with the break in the educational value that we've had in parents before. The family unit don't even know how to instill like education as a priority, and they don't have really a lot of black examples of like, this is what happens when you go and get a degree. I think we're doing that more now, but now they've made it impossible to even get money the right way. Like and that's not really, I feel like that's a whole system of things that's going to why a kid would like want to go pick up a gun and try to hold somebody up. But I do also want to say that, Mexicans robbing Mexicans, white people robbing white people. Like it's the communities robbing communities. And I don't think it's really fair to just because the black people are the one that's being shown in the media and exposed to it, that it's like it's I don't want it to turn into like an uptick in black crime kind of thing.
I see it though. It's not what the media is showing. It's about what we see. Knowing people that, like last week, 17-year-old was killed. That's one of my friends. That's my homie's stepson. You know what I'm saying? So I can't just the media. I don't need the media to tell me anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what's going on, and we got to stop. It's the elephant in the room. It's a problem. We know education is a problem that we need help on. We know it's economics. We get all that. But since we know that, we need to start doing something to reach out to the younger people. There are people that just gonna have to die off, and I'm gonna keep bringing that up. It's a lot of people you just want to be able to save, but we got to get these young people together. We got to get the young people my age in their 20s. No, I'm not in my 20s. I'm sorry. People in their 20s and older. We can't do nothing for them. We got to get these babies right now before they become what these 20-year-olds and what they see these 20-year-olds are becoming. So in my opinion, yes, you are correct. Whites do rob whites. Mexicans do rob Mexicans. But the problem is black people do it at a higher rate. We do it at a higher rate, bro. Jackson, Mississippi had this record number of murders, man. That's my hometown. We got, I think, 106 murders. We average 60 murders a year. We at 103. I don't need the media to tell me what's going on in these black communities. Atlanta, there's been an uptick in robberies in Atlanta in the past 4.5 years. We don't need media to tell us that. We got to stop avoiding the fucking problem. We can't keep thinking about what white dad and white mommy doing. We can't keep thinking about what Bean and Rice and Sarah doing over there,
Not
Julio and
being the
them.
racist.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And we can't worry about what the Chinese eating people do. We are doing at a higher rate because of the economics we facing. Because we don't have no money. There's no finances. Just like you said, Lance, education is a problem. All that is a problem, but at the same time, I get it. But right now, we need to focus on these little babies.
Do you think it's something that we could probably learn from these other cultures, though, since they have the most like long-standing cultures? And I mean, I don't even want to judge them like that. But
well, we can't
like
say
the stronger ties in the community, a stronger tie to a community.
Well, that's white supremacy, though. White supremacy set those communities up. Like,
well, no, I'm not talking about just the white people. I mean, the Asians.
I'm not talking. No. White supremacy controls Asians, controls Mexicans. It's a system. The system of white supremacy got those groups. That's why you don't see videos of those particular groups getting their ass beat by the police. You don't see too many Chinese folks getting shot by the police. You don't see too many Arabs getting shot by the police. Now they might got a bad stereotype on them as terrorists, but you don't see too many of that. It's mostly us that's getting murdered that's being shown to the world. And all this by design. So it's a system. So yes, we can look at what the Asians do, but there's like laws against us, or we got to be the perfect. The black people got to be the perfect ones. Everybody else can afford to make mistakes. We the only race of people in the world that can't make mistakes at all. So in my opinion, it just goes back to the young people, man. We can look at white mommy and white daddy all we want, but
I don't know. I don't know if I would say we the only race that has
in America
pressure to be perfect. I feel like out of everything, like white or Asian culture got more pressure to be perfect. I mean, they're the ones that came out with the pills because they were depressed because they couldn't be what they motherfucking mommies and daddies wanted them to be. I think white people have felt a pressure to be. Black people have felt the pressure to be there because they had to. The only difference is the white person pressure was a choice. They had an option on whether they wanted to pressure their kids. They could tell them to be little hippie kids and run around with their fucking shoes off if they want to, and that was accepted. We can't really ease up on black kids like that. But at the same time, I do think there's a whole generation of black people that don't want to feel that pressure, and they shouldn't really have to. On the cool side of it, they really shouldn't have to feel that pressure. But as a community, yeah, I do think we constantly strive to try to write the image that we didn't even have control of back then. So, and I know that feels like it kind of sucks that black people have to be better than just because a whole bunch of other white people a long time ago focused a lot of energy on making us look like we're less than. That does suck, but there was an older generation that found it important that we not be so
white supremacy. The system of white supremacy brought black people down. It's just not physical. It's the court system. It's the financial system. It's neighborhoods, gentrification. It's multitudes of things that's bringing us down as a community, man. It's just not like white people can afford. That's why you just think about this, Lance. White people go skydiving. White people do the most deadly shit ever. Why do black people don't do that? Why you think there's not like a lot of black people that just, I ain't saying black people don't skydive. I'm not saying that. But why is not equal like white people? Why is that? Because they can walk this world free minded. We got to walk this. Well, as black people, for the most part, we know who we are as people. So we know that everything is against us. Facts. It's not an excuse, it's just a point. Now, some people can be like, well, that's not an excuse, and it's not an excuse. That's why we gotta work harder to get where we at. But at the same time,
but that's just like
that's the media. We talking about real life.
You can say that black people don't go on vacations too, but I mean that's also because of media influence. When we started showing that those black people out there going on vacation, taking resort trips
I
and
ain't say
villas
black
and
people
all
don't
that
go
was
on
something
vacation.
that black people aspired to.
We always went on vacation. Black people
But
done everything.
that's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
But it's not a lot of black people that jump out of planes, bro. I ain't saying black. I'm talking about do it professionally. There's not a lot of black rock climbers. The point I'm trying to make is that's the cool part of being white. They got all this free time to jump out of planes. We ain't thinking about jumping out of planes. We think about survival. We thinking about our children. We thinking about a lot of things. I'm not saying white people don't have that, but white people don't have the same hurdles as we do. It's just simple as that.
That they don't have the same hurdles, but everybody have the same.
There's nothing in history of white people being harmed. There's nothing in history that white people being
and that's why I say that. Yeah, that's why I say that. Yeah, we do as black people. We do feel like we have an obligation to be better, just because of what a whole bunch of other white people back in the day actually said about us. I mean, that was a propaganda.
It's not about what they said about us. It's about how they treated us.
By how they treated us and how they told other people to treat us.
I could talk about you like a dog. You don't know me from a can of paint. I could call you all types of names. That should not bother you. But if I do something to you, cause physical harm to your finances, to your body, killing you, that it affects you.
But that's the thing. You can't assume that every single black person.
I never said every single black person. I never said that. I'm speaking on it's a segment of black people. That's what I'm speaking about.
And I do think that the media has a great deal to do with that, because they try to put us in a segmented view. They try to put us in a picture frame of what's possible for us and what's possible for this type of person, what's possible for that type of person. If we would have grew up seeing black people jump from planes, I'm sure there'd be a few more black people fucking.
I think you missed my point, though. But I get what you're saying, though. It's just like if black people had ice rinks, we'll be some great hockey players. I get what you're saying on that point. I'm talking about
we see girls out here now this fucking doing the gymnast thing, and it only grows. We have to cultivate that message. And that sucks that as black people, we shouldn't have to be doing that in 2021. That's why I agree with you at 2021, black people should not have to be fighting to break out of an image that we accepted so long ago. But that's what it is. And that is the part that I do think where black people have to excel, because if we do try to break out of an image that somebody has in black people, or an image that people have of black people, we have to be the best at that fucking image. We can't just be a regular golfer. We got to be Tiger Woods. We can't just be a regular tennis player. We got to be Venus and Serena. We can't just be a regular ball player. We can't be no little Larry Birds, just kind of good. We got to be the Jordans. We got to be the Pippins. And that's why I do think that sucks. I do think that, but I do think also there are a whole bunch of black people that don't want to have that responsibility. We also just got into a day and age where black people can honestly just say, this is how I feel and I'm going to do what I want to do. And there's a lot of our parents and grandparents that wasn't afforded that liberties. And half of me is like, yeah, black people kind of taking advantage of that, because we still have a personal obligation to make ourselves look in a certain kind of light. But on the other half of that is that, there are a bunch of black people that don't want that pressure, and they slip into whatever else they want to do. But I think the community of it is like, and like I said before, like we've been grown up with this media that tells us we can do and be whatever whatever we want to be. We've been telling kids that forever. Now, I remember back in the days, we didn't have no shows telling us we can do and be whatever we want to be. We had to have a responsibility to our classmate, to our teacher, to our pastor, to anybody of authority. Like we were taught that as kids. They don't, and it's really, I blame media for most of the problem for Black people right now. And once upon a time it was white people, and still media is still kind of white people. I mean,
It's still white supremacy, baby. It's still white supremacy. It's all a part of the media. Is part. All it is the system in itself.
But we do have an opportunity. We do have an opportunity now as Black educated people to actually go in that system and make a difference.
No, we can't. You can't go in the system of white supremacy, and it got to be dismantled. That's they shit.
That's an option.
We gotta have our own shit. We gotta own our own shit. We can't keep running to these white folks for everything.
But you know they ain't gonna let that happen. They ain't gonna let that happen. Not in America.
They will let it
We
happen.
ain't gonna do it in America.
That's the problem.
We ain't gonna do it in America. That's the problem.
We ain't gonna do it in America. That's the problem. See, we got too many scared niggas. Me and 3 other people, just like I said in previous shows, we buying land. We making, we creating businesses. We trying to do barter systems, work together. I don't need a bunch of. I don't have to connect with every Black person. I just need to connect with Black people with the same mindset so we can grow. As I grow, we gonna pick people along, and those people we pick along, they gonna bring other people along, and we need more people to do that.
We still got, while y'all are doing that and building like this independent, though, we still got to have other Black people working the system to make sure that you still can have the right to do that, because they will flip the script and do another bylaw and do another amendment that'll straight up try to figure out how to take that shit from you. So that's why we work inside the system too. You gotta work inside the outside.
Can't worry about it. Can't worry about all that.
It's because of the people that worried about it that allow you to have the ability to do that, though. That is important too. Like working on the inside is just as important as building on the outside.
Facts. Spook sex behind the door. Facts.
And I mean, I think that's the cool part about being Black is that, we with that half that's like you that do show a responsibility to actually find that like self-entrepreneur inside of themselves and find that self-enterprising part of themselves and build something outside of that. Just as important, we still need the people that know the law, that abide to the fold.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Actually work on the inside too to make sure that we can continue to try to build something.
That's why I said
we have a plan.
Fact. That's why I said in the beginning, I don't need Black people, everybody to come work with me, do what I do. Right. You do what you do to help your community. Dwayne gonna do what he needs to do to help his community, and it's all gonna come together. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by I'm working with guys that's doing something. Hey, Lance doing something in law, whatever, cool. He around them white folks, cool. Dwayne, he over here dealing with this over here, cool. But some way, somehow, we all gotta have a code and connect back together again. Like I say, we all don't need to come together and do the same shit. That's the problem. We all do
need to see the value. We all do need to be. I think everybody needs to be sit down and explain the value and what each and every person is doing. I think that's where a lot of Black kids is missing out. They don't understand the value and the power and opportunity they really have, because that's opportunity that white people have been exposed to. They're so exposed to it, they feel like they have a choice. Whereas, and that's something I really wished, as I missed the days when we had like the little like Black men's class and Black women's class and the self I forget what it's called. We had the abstinence club where it actually we had mostly Black people in it, and they showed the value of abstaining and how that can transfer into having great willpower and how that can transfer into having great structure for yourself, building self-worth. And I don't think we have a lot of shit like that anymore that actually breaks us down into parts, finds our strengths, figure out how we can help the Black community first and then the America as a whole. And I don't think that's really like a goal anymore, because I think most Black people just want to be individual and they just want to do their own thing. But you can't do your own thing and then be responsible to a community too. You can't have it both ways. We have to devote ourselves to something. And I wish that we did have something like that.
We do.
Was church.
We do. We do. If there are people out here that's doing that, bro. You connect with those people. It's a lot of Black people that's doing what you're saying, man. You know what I'm saying? They just not on the media. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's a lot of Black people that's doing that, man. So we got to give We gotta give credit where credit is at.
And what about so okay? So the question is, man, what is the state of our culture? And
But I agree with you though, Lance.
and is it too far gone? And welcome to the show, Queso.
Thank you, man. First of all, yo, congrats to Brian, man. That's dope. Reaching that milestone so you can, you know what I'm saying, do your thing on YouTube. That's dope, bro.
Yeah.
But I agree a lot of what Lance was saying. I do think, you know, if you look at it historically, it explains a lot about where we are now today. But I also agree with him when he said that, well, now we are probably the freest that we've ever been. And one of the issues I think is that we're still making the wrong choices. We're still glorifying the wrong things within our community. And I think there's no standards. We don't have, you know, like Lance was talking about the classes that they taught and how they taught the value and abstinence and things like that. Like we don't even have, you know, those basic standards that we're handing down from generation to generation. And everybody wants to be individuals. We're not on one accord. And even now where we have more freedom than we ever did. Here's the crazy thing, man. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna just be honest, yo. I feel like we're so weak today. You have people in our past who, against all odds, right? They stepped into the realm where there was absolutely, first of all, there was none of us, you know, and they were not welcome. And they endured, they fought through so that we can have the freedoms that we have today. And people now, you know, and this kind of speaks to what you were talking about, Brian. You were like, well, I don't see, you know, Black people in certain spaces. And it's like, because we're so weak that we're not even in the same place we were back in the past, and we can't, and we're not entering those spaces. We're so focused on we're so focused on being individuals, bro, and we can't even cooperate with other people. We can't. I took a programming class in college. I have an information systems degree. And in my programming class, man, there was very little Black people. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that we can't do it. It's just we choose not to. And I'm not denying racism. I'm not denying our history. I'm not denying that things happen. But what I'm saying is we live in a space today. We live in a time today where we don't have to fight a lot of stuff, and we're still not making those choices. And there's going to have to be a lot that changes within our community. There's going to have to be people that speak up. I know, Brian, you said you were working with people and, you know, building bro, that's dope. We need more of that. We need people to do that. And that's why platforms like this, where you guys are having these conversations, are important, because we need to let our people know we got to rise to the occasion, because now is our time. People have sacrificed. People have went through so much, and now is our time. And we can make good choices. We can make better decisions. We can build the family structure. We can build communities, and we can do it. And there's nothing stopping us. The media is lying to us so much. They're trying to put so much fear in us, bro. They're going to talk about Black this and Black this. And even though some of it is valid, some of it is happening, you know, we're not going to deny that. But at the same time, bro, we are in the best positions that we've ever been. We are some of the most creative people in the world. Like, we should be killing the game, but we're too focused on the negative things, man. There was just 2 videos released of like people running through the Louisville store, like snatching up merchandise, and you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? So that's just my opinion on it.
It's like, why we even still got value in that shit? Like, why do we still have value in jewelry? Like, right. I don't even get that. Like, knowing the history of like where diamonds even come from in the first place, or do we know the history, or do we care? Do we have elders telling these young people that this is something that they should care about? Like that this is, but I mean, as I found, there's a lot of older Black people who tend to believe more in the younger mindset, where they want to tap into that freedom too. And like I say, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because this is what we were aiming for, but it's when you're given freedom is the only time you get to choose what's really important. It's having the choice that makes it important. Now, as a community, we have to choose what's important again. And we're gonna have to keep doing it probably for like another fucking 50, 75 years before we actually get it to an agreeable right in some sense, or what some people would consider right. But I think that almost like every single race goes through something like that. I mean, I know a couple of my Indonesian friends. I mean, they went through that, and just in the talks of like marriage, where they tried to do the typical atypical dating thing,
Mm-hmm.
and that wasn't. They realized the value in having arranged marriages, and why it was so important to their culture, and why it was so important to their structure. And they realized that the thing that should have been for them, they realized that the love aspect wasn't, an importance. It was about building a structure, a family, a community, a village. And that was a responsibility. It wasn't supposed to be a desire. It was supposed to be a responsibility. So they decided to go, after they went and dated and already, years and years of dating and already went through all this and that, they decide, okay, well, maybe my parents were right. Maybe I should have been in an arranged marriage. And it's only when you're given choice that you can see what's important. And that's why I think the culture right now, at the state it is still good. We're never going to not have violence. We're never going to not have violence. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen for as long as we live. It is just not. But what we can have is an understanding, and what's important. We can have a value system set up that everybody kind of taps into and believes in. It was supposed to be the church. It was supposed to be our government. Unfortunately, those two organizations failed us horribly, and was never set up for our success in the first place. So,
yeah, I think we just got to start we got to start looking at people's character, man, and we got to stop aligning with people just because, if I see someone who looks like me, and they do something great, like, it's dope. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel that. You like, especially knowing our history and where we came from. But at the same time, man, it's like, if someone just has good character and they don't look like me, I'm gonna still rock with that person and build with that person, because that's something I can bring back to the community, the things I can learn from them. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, I can change the way they might, people might view even, those people who might not like somebody because of the color of their skin, right? And it's not about trying to appease the people, but it's like, you got to work with people of good character. And I think if we start working with people of good character, including people that don't look like us, I think that would do a lot of good for the community as well.
That's the part that I'm kind of on Brian about. Just that last part. Like, at what point do you give more to blacks than you do to other people? And
what do you mean by that? By giving more?
You have to. I believe there's a part of you that have to decide to invest in. Like, I mean, if the race is important.
Well, you can learn from other races. Yeah, you can pick up. I picked up a lot of games from white people. I picked up a lot of games from white people, though.
Exactly, but I mean,
they
essentially got a lot of game from us. I mean, the world's biggest trade started in Egypt.
Yeah,
like
in
the Middle East. So I mean, they've been getting.
But we talking about business, though. We talking about business, man.
Like black business.
Yeah, I'm talking to Lance. Like, speaking on business wise, like, you can pick up stuff from white people. There's nothing wrong with hanging with white people or any other race. You know what I'm saying?
It. Like, at what point do you invest more? Like, do you pick?
Yeah, you invest in yourself, but you pick up the game from the Peckerwood.
I'm like,
well, you know what? They got all the game, bro. They run the country, man. Shit.
You know what?
If you want to learn something about grids and electricity, holler at them. They got it. They own it.
That's
so
true.
Why not? Learn how to get your own grid for your own community.
That's true.
So if you're talking about like pouring into like black businesses and stuff like that, I don't necessarily try to decide, okay, I need to give this much of these people, this much of this people, because the reality is, and I started because I think you guys had a topic about this a couple shows ago, and I started to call in about it, but then we never talked about it. But we have to compete. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm just pouring into you simply because you look like me, I'm really doing you a disadvantage because you really don't have the best product. Now, and that's what I meant by, if I see someone who looks like me and they're killing the game and they have the best product, the best service, the best idea or whatever, that's dope. I feel that. I'm gonna invest in that. If they don't, we can't invest in that just because that's not going to translate outside of our community. And not only that, but and it's not even about encouraging like bad behavior or anything like that. But if you don't have the best product, you don't have the best product. We got to learn to compete.
There used to be a time where Black people would feel the
I
pressure
agree.
to be the best, and choosing a Black product was never a bad decision. But
Shit.
another thing that we picked up from white people is how to make some shit cheap and get the product out and just make a whole bunch of money. And we can cut it down to just business, but in actuality, at when do we feel an obligation to our community to do right by our community all the time? Like if we have the choice between messing with, hooking up and linking up with this Black person with this company, or linking up with this white person to have this company, and the Black person's stuff is just a little less better, do we invest in them with the plan and the promise for them to become better?
It all depends about competition. It all depends. It all depends. You know what I'm saying?
And that's just something I had trouble.
About money.
That's something I had trouble in, like personally, like because there's times where I want to give all my money to Black shit, but then like I'm just like, if I try to order something, I'm just like, nigga, I know I'm not gonna get this in like for like 3 weeks, and I go on Amazon, I get this 2 days, and I'm just like, I be like some real Black guilt. I'm like really bad at myself because I'm just like, I don't want to be like that. But at the same time, I know if that person had more, they would be able to compete with this. It's unfair because white people get to set up an uncompetitive market where they already have unlimited resources and they already have unlimited connections,
right?
And it's like when for some Black people, it's only hard because they didn't come with the advantages. They didn't get the advantage package. And right. It sucks because now we have to decide, well, which one do we go with? Something that's less value, even though it's more value morally or character wise. Like, I don't know. That's always a hard decision for me. That's just personal.
I think for me, one, like I don't want anybody to hire me simply because I'm Black. I don't want no white person to hire me because I'm Black, Asian person. I don't want no Black person to hire me because I'm Black. I want somebody to hire me because they're gonna say that he's the most qualified. You know what I'm saying? And I think when you start hiring people because they're the most qualified, or you start investing in people because they're the most deserving, I just think that's fair just from a moral standpoint. And then I forgot my other point that I was going to speak on that you mentioned. Dang, I totally blanked out. But I don't know. I understand what you're saying because because of like history and things like that, you wanna do your best to like pull people up. Right. But I'll tell you this, my pastor back in the day when I was like a kid, is like my youth pastor. He had this analogy, and he had us stand on a chair, and he was like, hey, pull the person next to you up, and you tried to pull the person up, and then he had told the person that was down there to pull us down, and they tried to pull us down, and of course it was easier to pull us down. So that's a simple analogy, but I just feel like it's easier to pull people down than it is to pull people up. Here was my other point. And then on top of that, I would say that, you're right. They might have that step up on those connections and that network and things like that. But that's all the more important for us to get in there. So we build those connections with them. And again, you can bring that back to your community in a sense. I have a lot of friends, bro. Because I think I've heard you say it before. I have a very diverse group of friends. I have friends that look like me that do not reach out to me, reach back to me, or anything. And I got people who don't look like me. Any opportunity that they get, any opportunity to make money or anything, they hit me up and they're like, hey, what's up? Let's go. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's always just about what we look like? And I know it is a conflicting thing. I'm with you on that, but I just kind of look at it a little differently. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's absolutely true. I can say the same thing for myself. Like I've definitely been put on more by more white people than black people.
Oh, we got
definitely.
artists in the building. What up,
Artist, what's going on? Artist named Chi. Welcome to
Oh,
the
yeah.
show.
I've been here the whole time. I've been listening.
Hey, yeah, so the question is, man, we'll let you do it, and then we'll move on to the next thing, bro. What is the state of the culture, and is it too far gone, man?
Well, I like K-So. He was finishing his statement. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was done. I'm done. You got it.
You sure?
You sure? You were talking. What's the state of the culture? I mean, we are the culture, but we don't own the culture. Personally, that's how I feel. Like we don't own the culture. Like we don't profit off of it. We don't benefit off of it. We don't. So as the internet said, is it far gone? At this point, because we live in a capitalist society, we will never own it at this point under this current structure. That's how I kind of feel in the sense. Because I look at it as that little, what's that little pale-faced girl who got on Dr. Phil for just talking irregular and talking like she ain't got no.
The catch me outside.
Oh yeah.
About it. And this is why I look at it is I'm like, hold on. So y'all telling me this girl made millions acting like quote unquote acting like a black girl.
Yeah.
Talking like it, acting like it. I mean, you even look at her now, that's what she looked like. But I got sisters, cousins, all them. Well, I ain't got no sisters, but I got female cousins who act just like her and hit me up, ask me money every other day. Not trying to throw them out, but just in the sense of, and I'm like, damn, we don't own the culture. We make the culture. We don't own the culture. And so it's like, is it far gone? We have to kill this. We have to kill the capitalistic society for us to even get it back under our wraps. That's how
I mean, but the plug that she got was Dr. Phil. That's
Dr.
what
Phil,
I'm saying. But the black girl,
who Dr. Phil, but who Dr. Phil got put on by? Oprah.
I mean, but who Oprah? But okay, so can we say that Oprah wasn't really like super for the culture, like in the beginning?
She was.
I mean, she paid her dues to white America just like every other probably famous black person I do. Not saying it's Oprah. I mean, I love you, I love you, Harpo, you my baby. Like, but I mean, for real though, I mean, when you see Oprah, when you think of Oprah and you think of her audience, all of us get a sea of white faces. I know all of us do. You don't even have to ask like a segment. There was a time we weren't even really in her audience like that. Oh. So she did keep it real enough to keep it in Chicago. And she did keep it real enough to let the benefits benefit in Chicago. She's always been working.
One question, Lance, how did that benefit Chicago? Our Chicago. I've never been to Chicago, so our, their, black, us. How did that benefit? Because that didn't benefit. I never seen Louis Farrakhan in the Nation of Islam is right there in Chicago.
I mean, like, we would always hope that he would show up on Oprah.
I was just asking, like, you said it benefited, so I was like, what in what ways? Tangibly did it benefit?
I mean, she invested a lot of money into Chicago urban community. She did. She invested a lot of money into Chicago urban communities. Illinois urban communities.
It's almost like, it seems to me she almost come off as, and I don't know Oprah, so don't make me get the throwing her off. But I'm like, she kind of come off as Black Lives Matter. What the hell do they do for the community? So it's like, yeah, they make a lot of money, they show up, but it's like, have we really seen data that it kind of improved us?
And then that's a question of what is enough. How much is enough? How much
when we're on top? I think enough is when we're on top.
But that's never going to happen in America. They will bomb us again.
That I agree to. That I agree to.
Because it's the first thing they're going to shout is black supremacy, and it's like, no, it's black building matter. Like, we're just building.
I mean, I think we as black people, we run scared every time white people throw words out like that, like black supremacy. Like, white people don't run scared when you say white supremacy. We run scared. We'll go hide,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It just to me, black people are just too scared to be black.
That's how it is.
It's scary being black. As much as we try to refute the image, as much as we try to refute the image, still deep down, white people, there's still going to be a little seed of just fear. I mean that
But
shit, that
should that
propaganda
stop you
was
though?
deep.
Should that stop you from creating something for yourself to be better?
Hell no.
No,
And worry
it's
about some
no,
white
that's not it. It's the question is what are we creating? That's the thing.
I
don't think that we want to create, we don't want to create a supremacy vibe. We just want to create a superior vibe. We want to
But we can't be worried about what them folks thinking though. That's the thing. We worry about what white dad and white mama thinking.
What's the difference?
I think we worry about being being a part of the country that we don't want to see turned into like white versus black, because if it comes to that,
it been like
they
that.
have a whole army.
It been like that. That shit ain't
I got a question. Why do we?
Hey,
Lance, why do? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Who has a whole
When it comes America's army is America's white army. Like if it ever came down to it, there would be a presidential order to attack on black people, like there have been before in the past. There has been many governmental attacks on black people, and I firmly believe that would still be the issue today. So it's growing, but it's growing with caution.
But you know why they're able to perpetuate that though, Lance? I agree. They have the guns, but at the end of the day, you know why they're able to perpetuate that? Because we believe that white ice is colder than black ice. That's what it basically comes down to. White water is colder than.
Facts.
Look, get it. Look, if Joe Biden came in here, of course I'm gonna lose. I'm not physically I can whoop his ass, but I'm gonna lose that battle because he has a whole army. And even though some of his constituents don't believe in what the fuck he's talking about, like a Donald Trump sometimes, guess what? They're still gonna be it because they uphold white supremacy religion. We think that Christianity, Nation of Islam, whatever the hell we believe in, we got to go down that lane first before we get to a higher source. White people be like, we don't care if it's Judas, we don't care if it's Jesus. Guess what? White supremacy is like, it's their source. Right. Like they don't, to me, when they get on their knees to pray, they be like, you know what? I pray to white man to keep a motherfucking nigga down. That's how I kind of, and we should have that same mindset. Like, why are we so scared to have the same type of mindset? We'll sit there and learn from Mexicans, how they stay together, how white people will spin. We'll look at that, but we won't look at how they get to the top. Like literally, we won't see how they get to the top. Look, white people will cut another race from under their leg to get to the top.
That is how it starts with us instilling value in us, instilling value in our community and our family. But you don't hear any Mexicans talking about that they're going to be the supreme race. I mean, I think
that's why they only one level above us.
But if you start to have that conversation,
only one level above us.
If you start to have that conversation though, and you start to speak in that manner, then the same thing that keeps white supremacy down, which is us saying, hell no, that's not right. There is no supreme race. That's gonna be, you don't think that will be
black
turned
and
around
supreme
on us
motherfucking
again?
race.
But you're speaking in ideology.
And white people
in the reality of it, there's not gonna be a race.
I agree. Supreme. That I do agree to. Like, Lance, I agree to some of the things you're saying, but I feel like it's really a mindset. How many white people, think about this. I know we have probably heard somebody say that, hey, you grew up there and you show them white folks that you can do this, or hey, grow up, these white people ain't gonna hire you. Have you ever heard a white person tell their little white kids, hey, you get up there and make sure you press that nigga?
I mean, that's something we would never hear, because just like those white people would never hear our black parents telling us that. You would never.
You said what? My bad, K. So what you say? I can hear you.
I said I never heard the reverse of what you said. The first thing my parents never.
Okay, you ain't never heard somebody say get up there on that white man's job. That nope. You ain't never heard?
I heard it before.
I've heard it like in movies and things like that. I've heard people talk about them hearing it. I'm saying I didn't grow up like that at all.
And that's cool. And I can't give you that, but I mean, I've heard.
I feel what you're saying.
Yeah. No, I heard it a lot, and that just really starts at us a younger age. Like, you know, I know a lot of people be like, you know, I don't want my son talking to a white girl, and I'll be like, well, shit, we send them to white teachers. They got white principals. At 5 years old, they already have a sense of race. You know, everybody know about the doll experiment, where they took two dolls, a black doll and a white doll, and they kind of do like that. And kids already at 5 know the difference between, superior race. So it's like with that type of mindset, we're already kind of coming from an inferiority mindset at an early age. So by the time we get to 20, we already know we ain't gonna overthrow this government, because they already talked to us like, hey, nah, we're not about to overthrow the white man. We'll just plead and beg and shuck and jive as much as we can and vote our way to Supreme.
I agree. That's that sucker shit.
But hey,
It's not sucking shit, but they doing it to everybody. They don't want anybody
I don't
to
care
agree
about
on
everybody.
any
I don't care
accord.
about
They don't.
everybody.
That,
See, I don't care about everybody.
it
I don't
takes
care about
everybody to
I don't
create a
care about black
nation.
people.
You can't just leave out a section of people. You
I
can't
can't.
do that.
I do.
But shouldn't be.
But you still
That's me, though.
operate in an America with an idealism that we all need each other. And whether they judge us on what level they need us or not, we still live in a how much you could ever try to
That
separate
I
yourself
accept
from.
that I live in a system of white supremacy. That's the only thing I see. So when I see that, I recognize that, I accept it, and I keep it moving. I ain't finna cry over no motherfucking Mexican, white folks, or none of that shit. I worry about my own people.
I agree
I
to that.
always talk about the children. I always think about the kids. I don't care. I know them. I know what them white folks do out there. I know how the Mexicans act. I know what their culture do. I know what the Arabs do. I understand all that shit. But for me, but that's why I say it goes back to what I said. Everybody got their role. My role is my lane. Your lane is dealing with cultures. His lane down there, he said he got whites and blacks, all types of people. But some way, somehow, we're going to eventually connect. My views are different from yours. My views don't align with nobody's on here, but I respect.
Well, that's not true. I think your views and my views align completely.
Yeah, we agree on certain things, but what I'm saying, I'm more extreme. You know, I can recognize that I'm more extreme on certain issues compared to others. But I respect where K Soul coming from. We need people like K Soul. They can reach out to some Cambodian motherfuckers so I can know some shit. I need people like Lance. They can hook me up with a transgender person that I can interview. I need people like Dwayne. They can help me find the right hoe. And I need people like artists they can teach me different things. But at the end of the day, as long as we all come together as one and don't worry, we're like, I ain't your boss. You know what I'm saying? You your own person.
So are you saying that like on an idealism role, it's like
look how we all working together.
Reach out to make stronger kind of situation.
That's
like
how
we all are the hands, and we need to reach out to everything to make us stronger in general.
That's the only way we're gonna be strong.
I agree with Sir.
So what do we need to pull from the rest of everybody?
Whatever you need, you think you need to pull for your tribe.
Now we have to figure out where's the tribe.
I don't gotta figure out nothing. As long as I know what it is. See, that's the problem. I don't gotta worry about what you're doing on your side of the world. As long as I'm handling my business over here.
But that is the problem because as a community,
that's why I said code. Listen,
we have to come together and share those
I get it. We are
build.
coming together, but I can't worry about what you're doing at your house.
You saying you can't worry about the method.
But if I need something from you, I'm gonna come to you, and for that, instead of me going to a white person, I'd rather come to you and purchase that or need that. That's what I'm talking about. Now, let's say something pop off. That's when we come together and go against them. But I don't need to know what you leading on your side, nigga. I need to know what the fuck you got going on over there that I can buy, purchase, and use. I'm just business mind. I'm just thinking one way. But like I say, other people doing other things different from what I want to do. Everybody's lives are different, man. You know what I'm saying? My life is different from yours than everybody else. But if you got something that I can benefit, or I got something you can benefit from, and we ain't gotta go to these white folks or these Arabs, man. Right. Why not? Why not work with people? Why not work with people that are like-minded, that want to see each other grow? I can't worry about these dope things. I can't worry about people that's worried about what white folks think about. Nah, fuck that. Give me some strong-minded people, bro, that I can use. They can utilize my tribe, and what I got over here, I can help his tribe, and we're gonna still be together. We still come together.
And so let's go to the chat because Sir Hell speaks. And man, shout out to Sir, man. He came in Friday, bro, and killed it, bro. Like, Sir, man, if you ain't busy, bro, I would love to have you tonight. But I know you may be busy. You're a busy man. But he just said racism is a big issue still. But the ultimate concern relates to classism. Racism is a way to control or at a minimum influence a group's ability to progress economically, politically, and socially.
Facts.
Bro, I was just sitting here thinking along those lines before he said it perfectly. And I agree. I don't even think the the biggest power struggle is about race anymore. Oh, please drop the link because Uncle Stu wants to come on.
Oh, yes, sir.
I know he
Yes,
don't know
sir.
me, but
Yes,
I know
sir.
him.
Hello,
You
Uncle
saw it
Stu.
too? You saw it too? Yes, sir.
I love Uncle Stu.
Let me get Uncle Stu in this thing, man.
Hey, Uncle Stu, just so you know, I prayed for you this morning. I was on Anton's show, and I don't know what's going on with you, but I stopped and I prayed for you this morning.
Yeah. I did too, bro. I did too, man. I hope everything going good with him as well.
But yeah, I definitely think that the power struggle is more so a political one, a classism one. I mean, if you look at what's going on, man, it almost seems like they're almost trying to get rid of the middle class. So it's just
it's about money. That's why I've been preaching.
You know what I'm
about
saying?
that
There is
money,
no
bro.
middle class anymore.
We gotta get that money,
There's
man.
no middle class anymore.
That's why I'm about that money, because all that other racism shit, just to be real, just like you said, that ain't nothing, bro. No, the more money you have, I think the better off you'll be. That's just my personal opinion. And that's what I think. That's what I think. It might be ignorant, but that's what I think. Because I noticed. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you good. Uncle Stu just came in the building. He said he don't have a lot of time, so go ahead and get what you got to get out, Uncle Stu. I know you about to bring it, Doc. Uncle Stu, you can hear me?
You on mute if you talking, Uncle Stu.
Yeah, his link haven't caught up. Probably got a delay.
Oh
okay.
Yeah. That's what I'm assuming because his picture haven't came up.
So what if we just eliminate the classism?
We can't.
What if we just stop? What if we just stop? What if we just all just said it's not important anymore, and we literally took all of our resources, anything that was just bare minimum for just needs, just necessities.
I ain't doing that
completely
shit. Hell no, I ain't doing it. You can do it. I ain't doing that. Fuck that. That shit. Hell no, I ain't doing that.
We took our. I mean.
I ain't doing. I like luxury. I like living fine. I like seeing my kids.
I know everybody do. That's why
I want everybody else to achieve the same thing.
That's the thing. Like, when do we put away our selfish goals for our community?
What are you doing, Lance?
People. People in general. Listen. I mean, when do we start to remove the classes?
We talk so much that my granddad used to say two things. He said a bunch of niggas, you can't get nothing done with a bunch of niggas because that's all we do is talk. We need to start talk about action instead of what we need to do. Every week we always talk about we need to do this. What are we doing? We got to put in that work, man.
If we know what to do, then we
hear me now.
Okay, yeah,
we can hear you.
Go ahead.
Real quickly, what he was referring to, that Antoine was referring to, that he didn't want to make publicly known, is that I had lost my son.
Oh man, my condolences, bro.
My condolences, bro.
Man, my condolences, man.
My condolences, my brother.
But
my condolences, man.
And listening to the whole entire chat, I'm just gonna drop my little 2 cents in here. Can't hang out with you, so if you're debating me, I'll just overhear the debating. Then I'm gonna have to come back on another show.
Right.
But I'm gonna drop it like this. There's no such thing as a black business. When people set up business, I just have a business. You cannot support a black business merely on 13% of the population. You have to begin to have a business that's going to do what? Economically produce for more than 90% of the population. So we have to start thinking international and stop thinking on these local levels. Now, I totally agree that we're really in a class system. We're not in a race system.
Right.
So if you really understand that racism is a sociological construct, but economics is not. So if you're living in a capitalist society and you have a business that can be internationally known, then all you need to do is to empower your people is to what? Educate them into business.
Facts.
Okay. So if I'm trying to make money, I'm not trying to make money off the black dollar. Black dollar is green.
Facts.
Freedom is green. So when you get your mind out of the fact that I just have to support my people, no, sir. Do you hear a white man say, I got a white business? You hear Asians say, I got an Asian business? You hear Mexicans say they got Mexican business? No. Do they sit up there and tell you you can't buy their refried beans? No, they're going to take your money and keep it going.
Facts.
Do they tell you don't come in here? because you black and we only going to service the Asians? What kind of slave mentality is this? Now you have to understand, because I'm getting ready to drop another historical fact. If black people right out of slavery can own businesses, what the hell is the problem right now? So I don't want to keep hearing all of this victim mentality, slave ass mindset when you have black people that couldn't even go across the train track, and we crying now we can go overseas. You are on a system called the World Wide Web, and damn it, isn't that called worldwide? That means we have the ability to go from America all the way to China. My business is not a black-owned business. I have a business called Stu One International Network LLC. And what does that mean? I'm an international entrepreneur. And if the African want to give me money, I'm going to take it. If the French want to give me money, I'm going to take it. And if the Arab want to give me money, I'm going to take it. And the best way for me to serve my people is to do what? Be the best business owner I can be. And so this is my perspective. Now, as far as trying to solve every sociological issue in America, it cannot be done. Why? Because everybody ain't gonna rock with me, everybody ain't gonna roll with me, and everybody don't want to be me. So guess what? The more people that don't want to rise, it just makes my rise a whole lot easier. Less competition for me. So let's stop crying about it and be about it. You got a YouTube channel, make it work. You got an auto company, make it work. Whatever you got to do to produce, start being producers and stop crying about the people that don't want to make the move. If you see the problem, then be the solution to the problem instead of crying and whining about the problem.
That's all I've been saying.
Like I said, I ain't here to debate nobody. I'm just dropping my little 2 cents. I gotta get
blessings to
here.
you, black man.
I agree 100%, bro.
You know, but again, if you got an argument with me, I'll be listening in the background. I'll say, okay, I got to make a check mark on that one.
Just listening. It's no arguments. Just listen.
You know, besides, my brother Hale is on. He gonna finish it up for me and buff it out. So I ain't got nothing to worry about.
Man, Sir Hale, go ahead, bro. Just talk, bro. Go ahead.
Hey, Sir Hale, give the benediction. I gotta go finish editing some videos. All right.
Hey, we love you, man. We praying for you.
Hey, thank you. Can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you email me that clip that I did with you and Antoine and Security Boss?
Absolutely, I will.
The one that you got on your platform.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Okay. Hey, I love y'all. Love coming on here, man. Y'all some beauty. I just like the conversation. Hell, get a benediction, bro. I'm out.
Uncle Stu.
Uncle Stu.
That was fire.
That's my guy, bro.
Black Man Unfiltered. Lance, what's up, y'all?
What's up?
What's going on, man?
What's good? What's good?
Man, I heard y'all talking that talk. I said I got to get up on in here real quick. Man, first of all, Brian, what's up? K-Soul, artist names. Man, that's who you are, man. What's up, dude? I'm just seeing in different chats, man. Good to meet you, bro.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on?
Good. But look, I just wanted to say I was listening to what we were talking about, and I think that as Black people, we have to move beyond the plight of overcoming racism. And the reason why, it is a fight that we will never, unless you can, there's a way to eradicate stupid, we will never get away from racism. So we need to stop fighting that particular battle and move to something that's more progressive. And this has to do with classism. Anytime a different group of people come into a country, this is from the beginning of history, they are enslaved and made to be subservient to the dominant race in that particular land. Black people were no exception. We were brought here to, in other words, to boost the economy. That's what the goal was. We became a much easier target because of the tone of our skin. So it was easier to make sure that we were secured. It was easier to make sure that we didn't run off because of the color of our skin. What we have done is we have taken a very personal stance to what was back then a diabolical business plan to increase the economy of the United States of America. And since that has happened, there is this deep sense of worthlessness where we feel like as a culture, we have to acclimate to the dominant culture around us, losing our own identity. And until we get to the place where we stop thinking that there's something subservient about us, and we stop saying stuff like "you talk white," right, or "this is a black-owned business," until we get away from that, what we're doing when we say those things is we are perpetuating that narrative that we are somehow subservient and that this is still the 1960s and 70s. In the age we live in now, we don't realize that black people have about I want to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it about a $3 trillion
Yeah. We're the ninth
economic
richest in
power?
the world. Yeah, we're the ninth richest
Exactly.
in the world.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we
Now watch this. We have been systematically disenfranchised. We have been imprisoned. We have had like health issues rage our communities, crack epidemic, fatherless households, and yet we still have the ability to be an economic powerhouse without all of that. So the issue is not opportunity. The issue is about mindset. And what we have to do as black people, like what we're doing now, is having these kind of conversations. And we don't all look alike. We don't all share the same perspective, but what we all do is we have an idea. And when we can come together and talk about those things, what we're doing is we're creating a new puzzle that I need everybody's piece to create this type of world that makes it better for the generations to come. But we ain't got to be afraid of master. We ain't got to be afraid of hearing our people who have not yet progressed to know that we don't have to keep on perpetuating the stuff we saw in the 1900s about racism and about us being subservient, but that we have the intelligence, we have the intuition, we have the intellect to make better decisions both for now and for the generations to come. So the fight we're in is not necessarily about racism. It's almost like saying that when there's a fire, we're fighting the smoke. Racism is the smoke. The real issue that we have is classism. It is with our ability to become economically, socially, academically empowered to the point where we realize we don't need as much help as we think we need, because all the power that we need lies within all of us. This is what Jim Crow did. It made us feel like we were worthless, like we were valuable, and it made us turn on each other. So the giftedness that you had and the intelligence that you had, I would do what the slave owners did. They don't even have to do the job anymore. The whip had done its job by warping our heads. So now we become enemies to ourselves, in a culture, a group of people that become enemies to themselves will never have to be fought from anybody else because we become enemies to ourselves.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's
kill
what
you.
the instillment. That's what the instillment of. But that's where the instillment into the black community comes. I mean, we're going to have to put the value and the education into ourselves to even make sure that, because it's not to say that it is classism, it is racism, but it would be ignorant to say that racism isn't, that our race isn't already declassified just off of the history stuff. So it's like, do we have an obligation then as black people to at least educate, like Ryan said, younger people, to make sure that they can escape that classism and make sure that they can escape that, at least that idea and that mentality of racism?
I agree with that. But I think I think racism is, that's just a tinderbox. It's just, when we say racism, when we see anything on TV, we hit racism, it's the debate.
Yeah.
But tell the truth, we see it within our culture. You can tell what we value about what we spend our money on. We spend our money on weed, we spend our money on shoes, we spend our money on fast food, we spend our money on entertainment. Let's just be honest, y'all. Most of our sisters, our black beautiful sisters, it's a $3 billion industry for weave. $3 billion on weave.
We don't even own the majority of it.
We don't own any of the distribution centers. We don't own much of the stores. We don't own the warehouses. But do you know what we could do with $3 billion?
I've been saying it for years. I've been saying it for years.
If we took some time and took $3 billion, we can create distributions. We could own what we do, but it's our mindset. And you can tell what we believe, not by what we tweet, not about what we post, not even about the stuff we talk about on YouTube. You can tell what we believe based off of where we spend our money. Yep. And unless us black people, and particularly, I believe it starts with us men, us having these conversations, because y'all know they said we can't do this. They say black men, we can't have these kind of conversations because all we thought talking about is rap music, and we know that is excuse my English, that's a damn lie. We have way more intelligence than people think of. And I think that it's time for us, for these kind of conversations to go public, and we start these in our own households, right? We got to tell our girlfriends that no, we're not going to just watch stupid stuff. We're going to read a book about investments. Like, look, my goal is to become a day trader. I plan on being a multimillionaire.
The richest
Absolutely.
man in Babylon.
Fantastic. Bam. I'm not playing. I'm not playing about this. If we're going to have power, we're not going to have power simply talking about it. We're going to have to put knowledge in our head. We're going to have to read stuff. We're going to have to invest. So when I talk to Brian, we're going to talk about sports. We're going to talk about stuff in the world. But when we're done with this, we're talking about money and about what we're going to do to make our lives better for us, our wives, our kids, and for our children coming after them. Because it's our job.
That's all it's about.
All it's about. And look, we don't have to wear a suit and a tie. We don't have to have a certain look, but we got to be about our business.
We got to be about our business. That's all it's about. Right? That racism, all that shit, it's cool to talk about, but it's about that business.
It's about that business. Straight up.
So basically, we just really need to create a pathway where we all have some type of common core values in a sense. Because a lot of times too, and I'm only 31, I realize a lot of times the older guys, they kind of feel like because they kind of was there, like the thing you say, I grew up in the 80s, or they talk about basketball. I'm not getting off topic. Oh, they couldn't survive like us. Y'all couldn't survive like us. And it's like, damn, y'all already kind of like stopping us from getting to the next level by coming with y'all already like, you know, premature ideas of us. And so it sounds like we really need to create like a common core value amongst us. It may not be always together, but it's like, hey, this comes first, then we can figure it out once we get there. In a sense.
You said something beautiful. If you look at China, the reason why China is such an economic powerhouse, both in terms of finances, but in terms of technology, is because the culture is obsessed with progression. Our culture, we focus on, hey, bro, remember in the 80s, bro, when times were good? Y'all remember we used to have big dinner at Big Mama's house? That generation is gone. We have to create, it's equivalent to saying, man, I remember them horses and buggies, bro. Man, y'all know about real travel when we had to go get the horses and the buggies, and we had to make sure that the wheels were in place, and we had to make sure that it was, hey, we done with that. We've got to be progressive in the way that we think about stuff. And the issue we have is our elders are so stuck in their day, and they're not progressive, and they make us feel bad that, heck, I don't want to ride in a buggy. I want to drive my Maybach. And I don't want to be made to feel guilty because I want to drive in a Maybach. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So what we have to do is we have to take the good of what our elders have to give us, because they give us only what they have, but it's on us. If the generation after us fails, it's our fault. We can't blame them. It is straight up our fault. So we got to be the traders. I want to see Brian. I want to see Kay. I want to see you. I want to see BMU. I want to see Lance. I want us all to meet up in our Porsches because we put the work in. We did the hard work. And what we're saying is that the Porsche ain't the goal. That's just a standard.
Yeah.
But don't we have? But don't we still have to go back fundamentally and figure out where our origin is at least? Because you can't know somewhat where you're going if you don't know where you come from.
I think we have the power to create. We have the power to create our own fundamentals now. Like we have the power to create our own new basis.
What do freedom look like to us? Like, let's be honest. What do freedom look? Because we got liberties. I don't feel like we're free. I feel like we got liberties. But what do freedom actually look like for us black men? Like, is it a society where we wake up and if we get pulled over police, it's because we speeding and not because we black? Is it because, hey, if I get on the elevator with this white woman, she ain't gonna hold her purse? Like, what do freedom look like for us? So with that also too, that comes from experience too. So it's like, don't we got to go back and kind of understand what it is in a sense, if I'm making sense?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. For me, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I compartmentalize all this shit, and I'm gonna live my motherfucking life, bro. Like, I get it, man. I know racism is here. I know these white people don't like me, man. I know the black man might want to get me, but I can't live in fear, bro. You know, you gotta live your life, man. And if it takes me riding in a goddamn Porsche to feel happy and feel good, if I get pulled over, cool. I know how to talk to the police. I never dealt with police, like violent police like that, knock on wood. Give my license. Even if they talk shit, cool. I'm going to go home. I ain't finna argue with you. Now, if my life is in danger, yes, I'm going to defend myself. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. So we can't keep living in fear, man. I want that money. I think money gonna make me a little happy on my end, brother. I'm about that economic guy.
Just a little bit more.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Jehovah. That's my dude. Yes,
Just
sir.
a little bit.
It's necessarily individual fear. I'm talking about as a group, as black men, not as a black man myself. Yeah, like as a group, how do we get past that? Because our kids gonna look up and they may see you and see how you lead, but they may see another black man who was quote unquote on the ground choking, trying to, ask for breath or any of those things. As a group, how do we get over those fears? As a group. That's what I mean, not as an individual.
That's why I agree with Brian on that.
That's all I ask.
That's why I agree on Brian. It's not necessarily a supremacy like mindset, but a power mindset. We do have to invest in us to become a more powerful group in general. And I think after a while, like what continuously happens year after year after year, they will start to see us as not as an equal, but not as a substandard either.
Lance,
but it does.
Guys,
it does come.
Lance, listen, I want you to hear me. The goal cannot be to get a different group to see us in another way. That is us still succumbing to the mindset we're trying to escape
I do
from.
agree.
No, not that be the goal. No, not that be the goal. I'm just saying investing in us in general, not to be the goal to be seen as a certain way, but it will just, as an affect, it will happen. It will happen. They will not just see a black man. If they see, it'll just be just the color. They're not going to see an idiot. They're not going to see.
Don't worry about that. That's what I'm saying. You can't
worry about it. All you can do is invest in yourself.
See, we're so focused with getting other people to see us a different way. I'm trying to get us to see us a different way. Because let me tell you the truth. You've had more black people come against you than any other culture. I guarantee you.
I agree.
Most of the criticism you felt has come from people who look just like you. So we got to get away from creating this fight that is somebody else. It's really us. And so the reason why
when it comes to police and stuff like that, I don't believe that's a racism thing. That's a power thing. The people who had George Floyd, that was a Chinese dude, a Mexican, and a couple of white dudes. They didn't have anything to do with race. They had everything to do with power. And there are white people that are just as affected by black people, just as affected by Asian people, just as affected by anybody when it comes to cops. That's because cops have a supremacy of their own that's given to them by the Supreme Courts. There's nothing I can do about that. But I'm saying, as a people, if we invest in ourselves as an affect, we will essentially be better. If we go through as feeling like we are better, then we're unstoppable in our own right. So it's not about proving something to somebody else. It's about actually just reinvesting back in our community, re-educating our community, so that when we come out of wherever we are, no matter what region we come from, we move and we are unstoppable in ourselves, not to prove anything to anybody else, but to just actually have that instilled in yourself. So we are going to have to do that. And in that sense, in effect, they will have no choice but to see us as a power force too.
It's like I'm excited while you say it, and then you say that last part. Because that is just the symptom of being powerful. I'm saying we're told this as kids. Hey, y'all know the white folks now. Make sure you're good.
Yes, sir.
We live in a better community now.
Yes,
we
sir.
live in a better community now. We got the white folks now. Now we're about to. Now y'all watch out. I'm in this store now. Don't you have these white folks in here looking at me like, what we've done is we make them our God because we place this perceived fear on us.
Yep.
White. I'm going to say it once for all. Let the YouTube streets therefore hear me. White people are not our problem. Black people are.
Right.
We are our worst enemy, and the issue that we have is not just a cultural one. Is that we mix these beliefs even in what we preach. Even our preaching sounds like the old school stuff we would say to keep slaves in check. Exactly. This is why when we preach about stuff, it's always about freedom is going to happen. Wealth is on the way. God is about to bless you. That is that slavery kind of stuff that always makes you look forward, and you can't have it now. Well, let me tell you something. The Bible that I read, and I'm a Christian, it says, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in other words, I don't feel like having to wait till the by and by to get my stuff. I want my portion now.
Goddamn right. I agree.
What the
I don't even want AC on the porch, man. I don't even
You know
want a
what I'm
roof on
saying?
the porch, man.
But
But I,
hey,
you know, that I think it goes.
but I got a question though. Don't we still like? My thing is, I agree. Like it's a usism. I believe it's a usism. But don't we still
Hey,
gotta?
hey,
So in
coin
order
that.
to get,
Coin that. That's good. Coin that, bro. That's good.
oh yeah, somebody coin it. But one of those things, we still, in order to diagnose the issues, we still got to kind of see where the root cause of it. I know earlier you said Jim Crow. For me, it's Willie Lynch. Willie Lynch was a
He
slave
already
master.
diagnosed it though.
Yeah, no, but we still got to
Mindset.
understand how it. No, I know, look, my
Oh,
brother.
okay, my bad. Go ahead. My
No,
bad.
no, I know. I'm not saying I disagree with it, but to unlock certain things out of future boys and girls who probably already on that track, we got to say, okay, this is why they like. That's why they like that. Oh, this is why they like that. Hey, we might gonna have to let that person go. Because I agree, we should have in order for us to get to freedom, we're gonna have to have a civil war. This is what I liked about the Marvel series. There was a civil war before the end game because we have to tell who's on our side. Because I
That's
understand
my
that
joint.
everybody can't go. Marcus
Racism.
Garvey say every nigga ain't gonna be able to go to Africa. I get that. But I also feel like every nigga shouldn't have to go to Africa. We can stay right here in America and do the same thing. But what is the overall concept? Is it black first? That's the only thing is, do we all lie under this umbrella of black first? No matter how we got there, still black first. So don't we still
Black
got to
men
kind of
first.
still deal with these? Huh?
Black men first. If we want to really change stuff and get back and set that foundation you're talking about, that new template is going to be black men.
You talking about at black men as human beings or just black men, just us as gender?
As leaders.
We have
Oh,
to
okay.
become the
Okay,
leaders.
yeah, I was just trying to understand. I agree there, but also too, us as black men, we also got to push back on ignorant too, because let's be honest, we do constrive to a lot of things that does not good for us. Like, hey, you know why? And I'm not throwing her name. Carly B or some of these girls can become famous is because we kind of allow ignorance to come and lay and play and do their thing. So it's like, who are these leaders letting these people win? I don't care how
That's
they
celebrity.
huh?
That's celebrity. That's celebrity.
Media
Yeah,
is its
that's
own
celebrity,
supremacy in its
man.
own.
We got to teach these children not to worship celebrities, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's all that is, just celebrity. But in real life, it's not like that. I think we gotta get back to reality and not social media sometimes, because we see
And I agree.
this social media life, but in real life, some of this shit just not happening like that. If
I
that
would
makes
just
sense.
So we have to fundamentally go back to the idea, what is black? Not if you're Aboriginal,
We don't
not
have
if
to. We
you
got
Israel,
we
not if
no.
you Israelites,
Like
none of
Sir
that.
Hill said, or the other guy said. I'm just paraphrasing. Yeah, we could find out who we black and all that other shit. We from Africa. Who are we? We was nigga slaves. All that shit. But hold on. But at the end of the goddamn day, it's about that goddamn Porsche. We can learn about who we are as we grow in business. When if we was financially stable as a people, because everybody not gonna get it, but if we was financially stable as a people, I think a lot of this tension, a lot of this anger, just a lot of things would seize up a little bit, bro. Crime not gonna stop or nothing, but it's about that money, man. It's about money at the end of the day. Capitalism. I get what you're saying, and you want to know why. Read a book, figure it out. There's other people that can help you, but at the end of the day, bro, we got to catch up, bro. We got to catch up.
Brian,
Just
one question, Brian.
queso,
Do you
I
feel
got an
like
answer.
one question, Brian? Do you feel like it's ignorant people with money?
Hell, fucking yeah, I'm gonna be that
So
ignorant
no.
motherfucker.
Do you feel like there's ignorant people? Do you feel like there's ignorant people who are stable? I ain't trying to be the rebel. I ain't trying to be no rebel, no Kyrie Irving,
Be a
nothing like
rebel.
that. But is it one of those things? Are there stable people with money? I mean, is it ignorant people with stable money?
No,
Hell
no, no,
yeah,
no.
man.
So,
I
let me
own
address
rebel.
that.
So
No,
then we have to.
I
let
hire
me
people
address that.
like
That's like
Sir.
the
I
minority
hire
versus
Sir
the
Hell to
majority,
handle my
though.
money.
Let me.
Hey,
I gotta
Floyd
address that.
Mayweather. Floyd
I
Mayweather.
gotta address that. I gotta address that.
Go
What you
ahead, big
just
homie.
did. What you just did is you conflated a truth inside of. We're not talking about being individually rich. See, you left, but you know what you did.
Hey, man,
It's
I'm an antagonist. I would be a villain in the movie. Go ahead.
I think this is good. I think this is good. But when we're talking about becoming economically stable, we don't just mean Brian's rich in the vacuum, K, you're rich in the vacuum, Lance, BMU. What we're saying is, as a culture, like when you talk about somebody of Jewish descent, you don't even have to know them individually. You automatically assume wealth, established community. We have to get to the place where that is our identity. And that if you see me being stupid with my money, now as a grown man, I can do what I want to do. But as my brother, because we're talking about culture now, which means we are brothers. If you see me being stupid, come to me and say, hey, bro, 2 years down the line at that rate, you're gonna be broke, and that's gonna hurt our community. I need you to get on your game and stop being stupid. That's how we are. That's the culture we create as brothers.
Accept it and be able to accept that criticism.
Yes, sir.
Instead of want to step outside.
So once again,
I'm gonna be honest.
We need a fundamental black system. Then, like at the end of the day,
start with us. It start with us. Then
Well, I think
I think
even before that, I think one of the biggest issues is, and I'm just gonna be honest, I don't think a lot of people actually care about the community. I think a community is like a buzzword. We talk about it a lot, we say it a lot, but then you can just see the way people, even throughout the way they live their lives and the things that they speak and the things that they praise and the things that they celebrate, they don't really care about the community. And you mentioned it early, Brian. A lot of people are trying to live as individuals. So like you just did that. You just conflated something, artists, but at the same time, I think that's how a lot of people are actually thinking. They're thinking, how can I get rich, and not looking at it from a community perspective, to where you can look at the Black community and go, okay, I see wealth, I see creativity, I see all these other positive things. So I think one of the mindset issues, going back to what you said, sir, is that people don't actually care about the community.
Let me say, artists, I love artists, and I'm gonna tell you why. Artists is gonna make sure if we're gonna have a plan, it's gonna be airtight. And so the questions that you're asking, I get you, man. From now on, I'm gonna make sure I do my. If you're gonna be on the show, I'm gonna get my lexicon. I'm gonna get my dictionaries. I'm gonna get my scholarly articles out. I'm gonna make sure I leave you without any questions.
It's not that serious. It's not that serious.
Artists killing.
To me, look. Okay, here's a question. Young Dolph died. You know, somebody lost their husband. Somebody lost their son. RP to the brother. It seems like to me they trying to make him like a modern day martyr. Like he's on the levels of Malcolm X. Like to me, it's like, hold on. Even though this brother, you know, got rich, got out the hood, and all that, let's not talk about what he was leading our kids to be. He was almost like the Pied Piper, leading our kids to death, in a sense. Because you think he was teaching his son that, but in a sense, sometimes we look at cats with money like they know it all, they figure it all, and that's what it is. Just get to the money and be like, okay, that's all that matters. Like you really have a part of our society, and I get it, Brian. Let's not worship those celebrities, but it's the people that's worshiping them that we care about. And it's like, damn, y'all treating this guy like Mo3. Like Mo3 wasn't over here doing ignorant stuff before he died. Like he wasn't laughing at Trap Boy and them. But they made him like he was a martyr in Dallas. Like he was just this next, you know, the next greatest thing since Michael Jordan. And it's like, that's the mindset of like the people we're talking about, because we're generalized people. Go ahead, Mike.
I want to say something. I heard a guy, and I don't know who said this. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but he made a good point. I never thought about it like this. He said a lot of us, reason why you see people that love people like Young Dolph or Mo3 and stuff like that, because we was taught and brought up. Even let me speak for myself. I had uncles that went to prison that did horrible crimes, but we still loved them. We still went and visit KP. And when KP got out of prison, we still embraced that. So sometimes when we see people like that probably preach negative things, because it's hard for Black people to get rid of you. You got to like really fuck up for Black people not to like you. I ain't gonna lie to you. To throw you away.
I agree.
And we love each other so much, man. I'm telling you, we'll love you if you went to the penitentiary, killed 20 people, because some of us, not all of us, but there are a segment of Black people that have grew up in homes or have family members or around certain violence. So when we hear the music or we hear people like Young Dolph, we can relate to Young Dolph. We know people that's like a Young Dolph.
Big homie. Is it we don't write off the people that do super negative? Because on that same sentence, if a Black kid grows up in a hood and he talks quote unquote educated, or he sounds white, he kind of gets, oh, you acting white, you acting this.
I never heard that. We salute those people.
I think that's a personally receive that. No, we don't get salutes because we're adults. In adulthood, when they realize how important it is for us to actually conform and to actually to sound educated and to be educated and to actually be active in that environment, we don't get those salutes until later.
we kind of celebrate the people who just love to do negative shit all day, like just do negative shit all day, like all day. Like in a sense, those same, like we can have another kid that probably was on a good course, probably had both parents probably kept him desperate. It's like, oh, he's whack, he's this, he's that. This is the same culture. Black people will write off black people if you don't quote unquote act the type of black they want you to act. Let's be honest. If Obama grew up in Stop 6 area, or I don't know where y'all from, Dallas, Pleasant Grove area, he would have got picked on and laughed at. Not because he's biracial, it's because he don't act like the black people that's around there. But if you're a black kid that got it out the mud and, lived a grimy life, had a parole sheet, the women gonna give you that coochie. And the brothers gonna show you love, and they're gonna worship you like you a god. So
it's all about what you like, though. It's all about what you into, man. I like it, nigga shit. I like nigga shit.
The media is what's telling them what to like, though.
The flip side is true as well.
Way before the media, we gotta stop that. I think way before the media, we was like that too, like a little bit.
But it's the flip side too. Like people who can be easily psychologically flabbergasted, talk like they're white. They can look down on people who speak in a more urban tone. So it goes both ways. But the reason why is because we haven't been taught to appreciate the diversity that we have. That just because we talk differently doesn't mean we don't share what you said earlier, which I wholeheartedly agree, core values. So when we accept core values, I realize that our core values look different. Our skin tones look different. Our heights, our shapes, our sizes, our intellectual prowess, all these things look different. But just because they are different doesn't mean that we're separated. It just means that we are such a great gumbo. That we got all different pieces and mixed in together. Man, we make a whole good stew. Uncle Stew, where you at? I just name dropped, sir.
Hey, you know what, man? And so let's try to get this from a woman's perspective. My sister just came in. Sean, what's up, Sean?
Hey, what's up, Sean?
Hey,
So I'm gonna let Sean. And Sean, if your YouTube is playing in the background, pause it, and so you can. I think it's somebody's playing in the background. I don't know whose it is, but anyway. So Sean, give us your perspective on what is the state of the culture. And is it too far gone?
I don't think anything is too far gone. I think we've been here before. I think we've evolved backwards at some point in time. I think that, you have to think about, I was listening to him talking about Black women and what we invest in and things like that. And Black women are the, excuse my voice, I'm getting over a little cold. But Black women are the highest raising entrepreneurs that are coming out now. There are more Black women entrepreneurs, vastly grossing, becoming millionaires, and things like that, very more often than not for certain social groups. And so Black women are also the most educated. We are getting our degrees. We are going after a lot. We're very, very ambitious. We are the most educated group of individuals. We are.
That's been debunked. It's actually
Black women carry the most debt, are the most enrolled,
not the most
enrolled.
And think about it.
Go ahead, sir.
As far as entrepreneurship, correct, are the main ones owning sole proprietorships, but not owning businesses that employ people. And even if so, still can carry the most consumer debt. So while part of that is true, there is a glamour to this. There was a real part that a lot of our sisters, while economically privileged and doing better academically, it is not being said that a lot of those businesses yet have done so well that it's impacting the Black community in such a way that we're all rising up. As a matter of fact, when Black women are doing well, Black women say Black women are doing well. You've rarely heard a Black woman say, I've opened up a business so the community can do better.
I'm sorry. I really don't. I don't hear that point of view all the time. I do hear a lot of women or people that are in my circles. I'm just going to speak from just maybe a local, not maybe an internet, like not on a vast platform like that. But I do believe Black women are definitely on the rise of making change, especially within their communities. They are grassroots organizations. They are doing the work. I feel like we always
Three
do
things
a
Black
lot of
women
the
are
work.
doing for the community. Three things Black women are doing for the community. Three things Black women are doing for the community.
Three
That's a
things:
dope question.
black women provide scholarships. They are developing businesses for the community that are reaching back, like grassroots. Like there's a group that I work with in locally with Fort Worth. She has a pantry like that is outside, and she provides produce, fresh vegetables, and things like that. We also have black women that are helping in on the health side of things. I work with a group that is for healthy moms, healthy babies, for Department of Fort Worth, and they're trying to impact the health inequities that are going on when women are giving birth. So there's so many different aspects that we can fall into, and if
Okay.
there's different things that we are doing. We can't all do it at once, but I think
Yes, ma'am.
individually, if we do it, if we move as a collective for the greater good of each individual, or even if you're helping your fellow neighbor, that is a part of pushing along the collective. I feel like if you're passing along information or if you're investing yourself, you're still helping your community, because once you have that knowledge, you can pass it on to someone else. So I do believe that Black women are very impactful. We're sought after
See,
when it comes to certain
can
things to get done.
I'll let
can
you go, Sir Harold. Then I go after. Go ahead.
But
I,
anyway,
I just want to respond to that. Black women, when they do better, you generally hear, "I'm doing better, so I don't need a man." And if we're going to
I
talk
I
about
don't
being
agree
better
with that.
for the Black community, it's a couple things.
Hmm.
Black communities ain't you do your thing over there, I do my thing over there. And I'm not saying you, like, to
Hmm.
be honest, what you said, you actually opened up my eyes to some of the things. Because I don't hear a lot of my sisters articulate what's being done, not particularly when it comes to health and giving back to the community. So that's awesome. Celebrate you and what you're doing. But for the most part, I cannot tell you how many of my Black sisters I have heard said for themselves or for their daughters that you go get your education so you don't need a man. You go get a job and make this money so if a man ever treats you someone, you can walk away. And what we do is we get it individually and then we spread out. So we get our money and then we go move out. Very rarely do you see people like make sure that we plan to have children with somebody of our own race and then raise Black children in a very healthy nuclear environment so that they can see how to work together with each other. We got to figure out how to work together by going to a type of school or figuring out communities online because we don't see it at home. And the truth is, while a lot of our women are educated, they're smart. I love my Black sisters. The truth is, the mindset is not. This is why you hear men talk about family and community. You hear women talk about other Black women and about how we're rising up and about how we're doing great.
I
And I
disagree
think
with
that,
you, and I don't hear that notion in the community of Black women that I support. That
well,
they are spoken
see,
about.
that's what
See,
I'm
I
saying.
always
See,
hear
but see,
that.
that's
Like,
that's
go
the
ahead,
that's the
go ahead.
general
And I
talking
always hear
point.
that. They always say, "I don't know what
But I
type of
mean,
peace."
I mean, you have Black men
Miss
that,
Miss Sean, Miss Sean.
yes,
First off, you're a very intelligent woman. And don't feel like you coming in the lion's den like it's an attack or nothing like that.
You
no,
don't got to
Why
damn
is
you
it to
beat me up.
me? Why is it to me that when I hear Black women the most educated, like I feel like little girls are taught that at 1 year old. Because if you're the most educated, why is our kids dead last in education? If that serves to be true,
you have to
why is
talk
our
about systematic
That's
oppression.
because they
You
didn't
have
know
to talk
trauma
about
behind,
Lance,
redlining.
and they
Lance,
You
Lance,
have
basically
to
Lance,
talk
passed
Lance,
things
about.
Lance,
along
Lance,
without
Lance,
grading
Lance.
them.
I got
You
to hold
have to
on,
talk
Lance.
about all of that.
These
You
women are
can't just say
educated because
That
a
was
lot of these women grew up in
established.
single parent households,
you do.
but they become the most educated. Why is it the same kids that come from that same single parent household right
Mhm.
after them are dead last in college, dead last in I mean first in dropout rates? See, that's why I'm like, I would not even say that narrative. I would not even say that narrative because it's like, damn, for me to say that basically said my child is dead last. Like, why do y'all say that? Like, because studies have already,
I
well,
think women's
statistics has already came out. Oh, go ahead, my
women
bad. I didn't
are
mean to cut you off.
used. I'm sorry. Women are used to Black women are used to celebrating themselves because nobody else does. Honestly.
We celebrate y'all. We
So we
celebrate y'all.
no.
Hold, hold, wait a second.
Look.
I
Hold
can't.
on.
I think
Sometimes
we
we
celebrate
do.
y'all. I think
Sometimes
we
we don't.
celebrate y'all.
Listen,
Okay. Sometimes we
listen.
don't.
Okay,
But we will get support from our fellow sisters more.
White
Okay,
sisters.
just more. I'm not saying that you guys don't do it at all. I'm just saying that women are used to celebrating and boosting up themselves because that's what we have to do. we are always the less desired or the less this or the less
What?
that. Sometimes
Do
that
you-
is the
Right,
that is
I
the
mean,
Do you think
narrative.
that's what, do you
BMU,
think that's what's
BMU.
happening in the community, or is that just your personal experience?
That's just a narrative that has been spread, honestly,
Wait a minute.
about
So
women
when it
being
comes to
less.
what we're
I don't
talking
agree with
about,
it.
you don't know
All that,
anybody.
right?
But then this is general. This is global. From what you're seeing, you see what just happened when we were talking about a problem with the community. It was isolated to our experiences. You haven't seen anybody. But then when it's reversed, then this narrative about not being, celebrated is now a global thing, and Black women have to celebrate themselves. It is so not true. Black men may not celebrate women in terms of throwing parties, but let me tell you the way that decent Black men celebrate their Black women. They make sure that they get their ass up and go to work to provide and make sure that stuff is being taken care of at home. They make sure that the community is protected. They make sure that when the kids are out of line, this is why you say, I'm going to call your daddy. And the reason why is because we make sure that we're in a position to make sure that we're there to be, there's a strength. I think what a lot of our sisters look for from Black men, we look for an expression of celebration, and you don't see what Black men actually give and the importance we have. And this is why our Black women have parties while carrying most of the consumer debt. This is why we can say, I got a PhD, and our kids who are in 10th grade are reading at a 6th grade level, because our Black women are focused on their own individual success, not understanding that they are the communicators of culture and education, and that the education you get was never for you to be celebrated, it was to make your kids better. That's where Black women have gotten
disagree with
messed
both
up.
of y'all, because we just sit up here and talk about individual and then putting the money over the community. We just stated that. So are we focusing on the money and the socioeconomic aspect and actually improving?
You can't have one without the other, though.
Lance,
then there's a
I never once said money over community. So
what is the
pay
community
attention.
though? What is your definition of community and culture?
Lance, hold on, Lance. You said that I put it over there. Let me be very clear. Strong, real Blackness. When Black women talk about Black women, is it because they're Black or because they're women, or is it because we don't like Black men? Like, I don't feel like amongst Black women they put Black first. I'm just
I agree.
All these rappers, hold on, Lance. All these rappers call women bitches and hoes. I agree. You get no pushback from me. It's a lot of guys speaking on females. They shouldn't. But I also got to hear this. I did grow up in the 90s when I heard the Ghetto Twins or Mia X or Foxy Brown call other women bitches and hoes. Also, too, growing up in the 90s, I heard more women. Lance, I heard more women talk about nappy-headed kids than I heard Black men. I really didn't hear Black men growing up saying, I want a child with good hair.
And that was a psychological racist attack towards how
that's
Black
colorism.
men and women
now it's colorism.
No,
that is colorism.
No,
it is colorism.
That's not desirable,
No.
but that's not desirable among y'all, Miss Lady. I mean, I didn't mean to call you Miss Lady. Miss Shine, beautiful lady. Why is it that when you try to make your point, it's because we're the less desirable, because we're this and that, but I put something on the table, you're saying it is colorism.
I mean, at first you asked me, was this what Queso asked me, was this my personal narrative or was this? So these are just general, these have been general narratives that have been shared across our community. Colorism is in there. Classism is
there is
in
some truth to that.
All of that is definitely in there. It's like a hodgepodge, and we kind of got to break down some of these walls and some of these barriers that prevent us from growing and evolving together. So I do feel like
you're wrong, Kaylin.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, I think sometimes we get lost in these narratives that we don't actually see examples of in real life, and it's just things that exist on the internet. Like,
that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
In my inner circle, I have a bunch of married men, happily married men who take care of their families and celebrate women. When my wife got married, not only did I promise to work my butt off to take care of her, I paid off all her student loans. So that's a form of me celebrating my wife. So I'm saying that might be a narrative that you hear people saying here and there, but you got to get out and actually talk to people and see how people are actually living. Because
I don't have I'm married. I'm efficient in those areas.
Who has been anti-celebration of Black women?
So
I'm not saying
my wife got her master's degree.
But how do you talk to
during graduation?
So I mean, I think
it's important. My wife has got a master's degree. Now look, she don't work to pay no bills. My wife got degrees and don't work to pay no bills. She don't work to pay no bills in this house. But when she graduated, it was important to her. right? And so when she graduated, because it was COVID, what did we do? While she was online, she had no idea we was gonna do this. I had the kids, we cut up all different kind of color papers, and when she was on camera, when they called her name, we threw all the confetti up, we celebrated her, we made it a big deal. And it wasn't just a celebration, because people talk about the graduation, but it's the when mama can't cook and she can't be around because she got to go study, it's celebrating her through that and supporting her even through the journey of that. See, we see a whole lot of talking points about what Black men are not doing, and I think too many toxic Black men and too many toxic Black women have the microphone, and people don't see the everyday
That I agree
working
to.
Black people
I
that are
agree.
really doing that work.
I agree.
Fact.
I don't
That's
disagree
why.
with
That's when you
that.
got to
I
get to
think
the point where you actually question what is the culture. It seems like the culture and the community is literally the basis. The
What's the
full
next
base is a
question,
bunch
Joe?
of narratives. It's a bunch of narratives from a bunch of people that and which is why we're so weak. We have a weak base because we're just a bunch of opinions and a bunch of narratives. I totally disagree with you, Sean, that I know lots of women that have been celebrated.
I'm not
Celebrated
saying
by
that
Black.
we don't. I'm saying that if it's by the peers, like if you're looking at any level, any certain level of individuals, there's a couple of people that I follow business wise that they get together and they celebrate. And these are like moguls down south, like hair companies, because you mentioned, that what we invest in, women are taking back certain areas of Black hair products and things like that. So I'm only going to follow people that I'm kind of interested in, and that's usually anybody. Sometimes you may look outside of your regular norm to gain some knowledge, but I do follow a lot of different powerful entrepreneurs on different platforms, and I do see how they celebrate each other. I'm not saying that it does not happen, that Black men do not whatever. My husband was with me the whole time during my education and picking up the slack. So I totally understand, and I'm not going to diminish any. I'm concurring with you. What I'm saying is that on a larger scale, sometimes that does not, even if it's in corporate America, sometimes women bring a lot to the table. Black women bring a lot of things to the table, and we experience pushback just like you all because we are so intelligent. So that's based off that's a personal narrative of mine of bringing ideas, being a change agent, being able to provide strategies and things like that, and that being pushed back because it didn't come from a clear face. It didn't come from that person or that particular idea. Not all the time, but sometimes that happens, but that.
I got a question. One question before we move to the thing. Like, when we sit here and talk, men, like one thing, like when we talk with men, it'd be single men, married men, men who are of a different sexual orientation, we'll call out each other's bullshit, but then we'll turn around and also pat each other back and lift the necks up. The only thing I'll be wondering, how do y'all talk to other women that's not like y'all? Do y'all kind of give them a bottle, or do y'all talk to them like how we're talking to them? Or do y'all actually call out their bullshit like we call out their bullshit? That'd be kind of my only thing. Like, do y'all call out, when I say that, like, do y'all
That's
talk like
a good question. That's a great question.
There are Kevin Samuels, there's Tony Sotomayer's, cool, fuck them. Who is those women that's out there that does that? Or do women have these conversations like, woman, you wrong, woman, you think? Because I get it, when it comes to men, it ain't shit. But
I think women over time have had to heal. You think about therapy being something that hasn't been like possibly in the mainstream like that, but women are doing their work. Do we have somebody who's on a platform like a Kevin Samuels correcting and calling out women? I haven't seen any women do that, but do I in my personal circle? Yanla, she does that kind of.
I just want to know, because it's like, when you first started off, Miss Lady, and you're very smart, very intelligent, I respect your mind. Like, you started off as like so many years of healing, so we're still healing. Well, we still healing too, and we having this conversation. So I got to ask the question one more time. Do women call out other women? If we're tired of men doing it, okay, cool. Us men, we should lead the conversation. Do women have conversations with other women?
I don't have an issue.
You, or do all women?
What does it matter?
For all women. How long? Because you spoke for all
women.
I'm
going to ask, what does it matter? If I'm correcting the closest person to me, or I'm correcting, am I going to, if there's a lot of women on this platform, because there's not a lot of women on here, but if I disagree with a woman about her certain stance, I have no problem, telling that person my point of view.
So can I ask you a question?
But you have to be open and be
sir,
receptive.
But I got, but see,
correction.
this is what I'm kind of confused at.
What are you
You
confused
kind
about?
of opened up with a holistic kind of thing where it's all women, but when you kind of went into a way where it's just individual, like an usism.
We
like you
talk
turned
about
into an
fixing a
individual thing.
woman's crown and privately before we go out publicly. I've witnessed women being pulled to the side when I got into a corporate space. I had a woman pull me to the side and she was like, "Hey, I need you to work on A, B, and C." I think it's not done on a widespread or whatever, but I do think it is done consistently. That's why we have so many internal rules about how we are as Black women as well. I think we do correct. I think we do the work. I think we are active, and I do feel like we can't escape consequences, or we can't escape opinions. So it's like we always have a mirror of what people or what perceptions are being thrown at us and how we choose to deal with that. There are some people who are going to rise to the occasion, and then there are some people who are going to fail or not be their best selves. And so I do feel like we can correct ourselves. I think we have to. We've been able to overcome institutionalized certain things, like men being thrown in prison, or the 80s, women have had to step up in a lot of different ways. So we have a lot of growing to do. There's so much space and opportunity.
Go ahead.
Lady
Sir Hales,
Shawn.
you can go. And then we'll
What's
move
the
on
next question? What's the next question?
I'm gonna let Sir Hales say what he got to say. Then we'll move on to the next.
Brian said, "What's the next question?"
Because I know this gonna go left.
Yeah, I didn't want it to go left. I just like to pick apart. Like I try to understand. Look,
I mean, you're asking a question like, it's a basic, broad question. Hey, do you?
She for women, man. She for women, bro. You know,
it's nothing wrong with being for women, just like we for men. But men call out other men, so it's like one of those things.
We different.
I get that we're different. I get that we're different. All I'm saying is, why is it so wrong? Why is it so wrong to call out another person? If we're black first, that noun, or I don't know if that's a pronoun or a noun, like I can't call out another black person and just ask the question to see how it benefits us. Like, I'm okay. If Black women got the #1 education, how does it help Black people? If Black women are good health people, how does it help Black people? Just like Black men, if we're talking about leadership, how does that help the Black community? Lance call it out all the time. All I'm trying to know is, how does that help the Black community first? Because before you are a gender, you're Black. So that's all I'll be trying to answer. So that's why I ask those questions. Like, if y'all #1 educated, why are we dead last in education? Our kids are dead last in education. So that's why I asked it.
Well, how about this? Look at this. Just listen to what she said. And you probably don't have to agree with the premise, but I kind of understand where she's coming from too. There's a sector of Black women that she's around that fixing their crown. They probably don't hang with the type ratchet chicks that you speaking of, like the love and hip hop type women. They trying to fix themselves. You know what I'm saying? They trying to find themselves to here. That's a segment of women that we probably hold on. We probably don't agree with it. Hold on. Listen.
I mean, honestly, if you have,
it's a point.
I'm listening, Big Dog, but
It's a point I'm gonna make.
That is
problematic. I promise. Listen.
We have a
segment of women. Yeah, I got you. But it's a segment of women that think like that. I don't agree with that type of thinking, because it's separating us from the Black man from them in a way, because they always consume with themselves. But that's a segment of women that are just trying to fix themselves. And I accept that. I ain't got to deal with that type of woman.
I don't care how intelligent you just said that, bro. You know good.
Right.
Collective.
But I understand where the sister's coming from.
When we go like this,
like,
come on, Big Homie, when we go different.
And I'll tell you why. But I'm gonna tell you why. It's because the last 40 years has been the single mama generation. And let's just be honest, it was hard. I come from a single parent. My father died when I was 5 years old. It was hard. And so we bestow so much praise on the Black single mama, how strong she is. She's the backbone of the family. So much so that we have almost deified our mamas and our Black women. So to say anything about correction and criticism, they haven't heard of it, because who's going to check them? The Black men, they're not in the house. The kids,
the reason why I disagree with
hold on, let me finish. Hold on, the kids gonna do it, right? The kids gonna do it. No, watch this. But the only person who can correct Black women is the pastor that they sit under. And the only reason a pastor can correct them is because the pastor don't have to live with them.
What?
I agree with that, big dog.
No.
The pastor don't have to live with them. And this is why Black women are the most educated and the most religious. Because you can go to education, can't nobody touch that. And can't nobody touch your Jesus. Women only have an issue with men that are in front of them. So nobody corrects women. They go to Jesus, they go to their pastor, people that don't have to live with them and talk to them physically. Ain't nobody checking Black women. This is why you see educated Black women still going on ratchet girl trips. This is why you see Christian women still being ratchet. This is why you have Christian women who got Christian sisters who know that she's sleeping around with somebody else and won't call it out because it goes against the sister code. Women
This is
do not
respectability.
hold.
This is respectability politics.
See, what you're
because
doing
at the end
is,
of the day,
what you're
just
doing is
because
you have intelligent
you go out
talking
and have a
points to
good
these things,
time
but
does not
what
not
you
take
have
away
is
your
intelligent talking
education, does
points,
not take
but
away
you
your
have not
love
been
from
able to
Jesus,
refute
does not
anything
take
that I've
away your
said.
love from any of that.
Go
Oh
ahead.
no! See, what you have
Make it make
great
sense.
talking points, but you cannot refute anything that I just said.
You said this is why girls are still going out and having wretched trips or whatever. What is that about?
Ratchet girl trips.
What is that? What does that
I'll tell you
entail?
what.
I'm just asking.
In
What does
marriage,
that entail?
in marriages, almost over 30% of children are born to fathers who thought they were the fathers, and they're not. They're born to somebody else. 24% of married women engage in illicit sexual affairs, and that's the women who admitted to it. It is not known that in the church we're the most religious people, the most educated, yet have the most divorces and the highest rate of single Black mothers in the household. Women do not hold Black women accountable. We leave that to Jesus and to the pastor.
And Jesus is a good friend because he said, "Come as you are."
White women.
So Jesus is their best friend.
What's the next question?
We're talking about Black women, not
So
white
my
women.
thing
We're
is,
talking
and
about whenever we talking,
those are
whenever we hold women
respectability
accountable,
politics. So I'm going
to
to politely disagree because you can have a good time and still go back and have a good. Now, if you're out there sleeping with somebody else, that is a choice. At the end of the day, that is a choice that you decide to do. That has nothing to do with the collective.
Sean, I do want to ask, what do you as a woman, what do you consider the atypical respectable woman like in today's society?
Good question.
What do you consider?
Finally, Lance, you starting to ask better questions.
I think I am not. I am not a fan of respectability politics. Okay, I'm not a fan of people assuming. Some people, there was a whole bonnet discussion and all that kind of stuff that was like all over the place on the internet. And, my view is if I'm at a certain level, I can relate to my people on all different levels, whether they are considered ratchet or considered ghetto, considered whatever. I just know what that looks like. So I'm not going to take a standpoint of thinking someone is less than because they do not have my same demeanor. Or they do not speak the way I speak, or whatever the case may be. So I always try, if I'm in a place where I see my name is Thrashana, okay, you see Sean on there, but my name is Thrashana. So when you see my name on some paperwork or some document, I want to make sure that I'm in a spot where if I see Shaniqua or something like that, I'm taking a second look at that person, not because you will get dismissed by your name. You will get dismissed by your hair. You will get dismissed certain, like if you are what you are, but sometimes those things there, if you make yourself, they talked about Michelle Obama. Okay. She's the the most intelligent woman, that's been in that office over her husband. Okay. And the fact of the matter is,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
did I hear that correctly?
She's more intelligent than her husband.
See, that's what I don't like.
Here's the issue with Black women.
See, this is what my
academic.
Hold on.
That's my personal opinion. Michelle Obama didn't say it, y'all. Michelle Obama didn't say it.
Before anybody says anything.
Michelle Obama didn't say it.
Before anybody says anything.
Calm down.
Hold on. Before anybody says anything, we got to get understanding. Sean, what do you mean by that, and why did you say that?
Just academically, okay? I think she is more intelligent than him academically.
How do you base intelligence? Like, is it numbers, science, arithmetic? How do you base? Because you can. How do you base that? Please, just tell me that. How do you base that?
Sir, I tried to be a simp on this one. I can't be a simp.
Damn. You eloquently. I want to give you your spotlight.
I just said
Please telling me, what do you consider intelligence? What do you consider intelligent? It's because she's white. She got a white education, or she's sensible. What is it? Why do you consider her?
I just said academically. I already stated
Well,
that.
let me ask
He
you
went to
this.
Harvard, so she didn't. But okay.
Let me ask you this, Sean.
Yeah.
Why did you feel the need to compare those two?
Why did I feel the need to compare those two? Because the simple fact that she is very, very intelligent. And the way she carries herself, the way she is, like she couldn't be more pristine in the way, like as a Black woman. If we had an example of what the ideal Black woman would be, it would probably look like a Michelle Obama.
Boy,
Do you
the
think her and
wind, the
Cardi
wind,
B?
the
Do you
wind.
think her and
didn't
Cardi B
answer
would
my
be best
question,
friends?
though.
One
I
question.
was
Do you think her
asking
and
you. I was
Cardi B?
asking you, why did you feel the need
I'm gonna
to say
I'm
she
calling
was
my therapist. I'll be back.
more than her husband at all? Because that added nothing to the point that you were making. So sometimes when you make a point like that, when you say a statement like that, it's like, well, dang, it seems like, and I'm not saying this is what you were doing, but it seems like you're trying to undermine the man in that situation.
Oh no, not at all.
So what if I
Not
would
at
have
all.
said?
Not at
What
all.
if I would have said Obama's way more smarter than academically than Michelle Obama? I would have came off real messed up.
You would be bashing. See, that's what I was saying earlier about the statement that Black women are more
If
educated.
it is what it is, it is. But okay. But I understand. I will take that feedback. Okay.
I'm
Michelle
glad
is
that you
not
can.
known if Barack Obama doesn't take his political career and become the first president. She is not known. This is what I'm about to say something, and I'm about to mess up. This is what's wrong with our community: is Black men, we elevate our families, and then we have to be careful because sometimes our Black women are more interested in building on the success and platform we create, and then create a whole different career instead of working with them. And this is what we hear often. We often hear the comparisons between the Black man and the Black woman, not based on the results of the family, not really based on true things that we see in the community. It is about this one word: academics and degrees. We conflate intelligence with academic.
Wait a
that's
minute,
not
but
just it.
let me
That's
say,
not just it.
since she came on the dais, though, we have been comparing men and women. So let's not say that the undertone hasn't been comparative from the jump.
Lance, we're not.
You were the first one to ask.
No,
John.
I asked a question. No, I asked the question of what she said. I didn't say how did it compare to
No,
men.
I'm talking about the undertone ever since that she's been on the program, and that's for every woman that enters this
Hold
this
on, that's
dais.
not an undertone, but Lance, that's not an undertone. That's me asking a question about what she was saying.
It does eventually become an undertone of men versus women when it shouldn't even be that. But I do want to ask Sean,
Do you see Brian just learned,
do you feel
Lance?
like as a Black
Brian
woman,
just
do you feel like
learned the
you're
hard
just
way.
automatically pressured
that's
into
what-
a submissive
but-
role or
this is what I
something?
don't
Like, do you
Men
feel like
can-
somebody?
I can't
Do you
hear
feel
you,
like
Lance.
there's a
Men get
Black
called
man
out all day, but
pressuring
hold on,
down
hold on.
on you or
Men can
something?
get called out
Dwayne,
all
get
day.
the,
I don't
get
think
it in
any
order,
any
Dwayne.
Black
Hold
man
on,
or
let
woman
Lance finish,
tries
let
to
Lance
make
finish,
a
let
woman
Lance
feel
finish,
like
let
that.
Lance
Say
I
it
don't know
again.
any Black man, like actual man. I don't know any Black man who has their crown sitting like in an appropriate position ever tries to make a woman feel like they are pressured into like a submissive role. I want to ask you as a woman, do you feel like that when you go out in the day? Like
a lot of men talk about submission, and a lot of men do bring up the Bible as a point of view of submission. I like partnership. I'm not scared of the term submission because I feel like it's on both sides. We both have to submit to one another to make things work. I don't think that sometimes I feel like men have a need to have power. And I feel like they always, not always, they have a need to have, power. And women like structure too. We do like order. We like to know what we're getting ourselves into. We don't always think straight. Men don't always think straight. But say your question one more time, Lance.
Do you feel like you're pressured into a submissive role by any man when you go out into society?
No.
Is that one reason why you feel the desire to put accolades or put what accomplishments that women have like on a pedestal? Because
I don't think I put women's things on a pedestal. I think I acknowledge it. I don't think I'm like thinking that they're better, but I do acknowledge it. I do bring it up as one of my points that it does contribute to the Black community as a whole. You don't want a lot of people out there, like it's some certain people that are you know, education is not everything. Okay, because there's some people out there who have gotten it out the mud and they've figured the things out without a formal education. I don't think that's always primary. I think that we have to have an understanding that we're all at different levels at some certain points or certain spaces. I don't feel pressure to be a high power. It's a desire to me to be a successful businesswoman, but I have no problem contributing to my household where if my husband is doing something, how can I add to it to make it even bigger? Can he do the same thing? Say my business is more successful. Can a man relinquish some of his things that he's doing to support the vision of that? You know, I would ask that question. Are men willing to give over and come over to the side that's more successful, even if it's under their woman or their wives?
So
A nigga don't have I don't have an issue with that.
So in you're married, right? You said you were married.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't really I'm just asking, you don't look at your husband like is necessarily in a leadership role, but more so like you said, like a partnership, like you both make, you know what I'm saying, have the final say.
We both contribute. I feel like you should play to each other's strength. Like if you're better at something, like for instance, he's better at finances than I am, because not because of I just do it differently, but because he is very structured in the way he do, I trust him completely to handle that side. Depending on where our strength lies, maybe, you know, I'm doing something that's my strength. I cover our family in prayer. I cover, like, my spirituality is very, very strong. So that you can't see that. That's just something that, you know, that I contribute to the household. So it just depends on what you see as what you bring or what you see as value.
Can I ask a better question?
Sure.
Like I said, I'm not in women's circles. What is valued more amongst Black women? Black family or Black self-forward? Black women first. Which one's more important?
Family. Family.
So, you sure?
Yes.
So why is it like Sir Hall said, Black men, we talk about family, even though it talk about this and that. Why is it I never hear that first when it's come to going down the list of achievements? That's all I always wonder. Like when I hear a list of achievements, I never hear family. It's we do this, we do this, we do this, do this. So I always wonder, why do y'all lead? And I'm not saying all of y'all, so don't let me be that. But why do I usually hear that a lot of times? Like it always leads with self-achievements or all the achievements of Black women that doesn't relate to the Black family. That's all I want to know.
I just think we're still a backbone in the family. So it's not something that we have to throw up there. I think men, it's not all men, let me say that not all men, but some men don't always contribute to the household in a way besides money and money. Okay, economically, they contribute to the household. Some of them don't invest and spend time because sometimes their jobs may over whatever they're trying to provide. They're providers and they protect. But there's more than just those two that's needed within the community. And those are some of the spaces that Black women feel emotionally, spiritually, things like that. I mean, you need both, but nowadays we're both working. So we're both, you know, pulling in full-time hours. We both have to contribute in a way that is meaningful to our kids.
So do you feel like working a job, basically men should do more?
No, I'm not saying one should do more or the less. I think we have to be very intentional about where we put our time, where we put our resources. But women have always had to juggle that, especially in a single background, like trying to, you know, make sure that our families are taken care of and take up, you know, space. And so now we're out and saying we're taking up space. We're making sure that we're doing what we need to be doing. And it's almost as if when you think about family, honestly, you do think about, if you're thinking about your structure and your family, you're thinking about grandma and mama and them and all of them. You're thinking about those aunties and you're thinking about those people that have invested. I think men are coming back into the circle with this next generation. Like me and my husband, we're in our 30s. And so now he's in the household. We've been married. We just celebrated anniversary 2 days ago. So we're 7 years. And so, you know, we're breaking that generational curse. I was wise in the decision of the man that I chose. I was intentional about what I prayed for. It wasn't Sierra's prayer, it was Sean's prayer. You know, like I was intentional about healing myself. I was intentional about what I speak about, what I talk about, and what circles I run around. You cannot pour from an empty cup as a Black woman. Like, you can't do it. You
Come
shouldn't.
on.
So what I want to say, and even a Black man, it can go to a Black man too. But you have to first start with self. So maybe right now it feels selfish. Maybe right now it feels selfish that Black women are tuning into themselves. But I feel like overall it will affect the economics. I feel like it will affect, you know, your community, and just bringing back just core values. Hopefully that is what we're able to do over time.
Yes,
So
Yeah.
let me move to this next question, because man, y'all really lit that one up. Golly. So the next question is this. Let me see. Why is our culture the least getting married, and did sexual liberation cause that number to drop?
I'll let the lady
Yeah.
go first on that one. Let the lady go. Let the lady go first on that one.
What?
I want in on this one.
Yeah.
You know, I think
I gotta
as far
listen.
as sexualization of women, we've always been like over sexualized. Black women. But then, of course, we do have that standpoint. People bring up, well, you got your Cardi B's, you got your people who are excessively, that's show business. On a day to day, I think Black women have, you know, decided that, you know, sometimes purity, you think because you save it, or you think because, you know, you weren't wilding out, that you're going to be the prize, essentially. That if you do those things, if you follow all the guidelines, if you, you know, pray to God, that somebody is going to send you your man. And I will say that honestly, that's not true. You know,
My wife was a virgin when
great,
I married her, because she was pure, and
Oh
she was
wow.
great.
a set aside.
I
That's the
no,
reason why I married her.
I'm not saying there aren't
So it is true.
these nuances. I'm just saying it's not always true. Because I'm married, I was not a virgin when my husband met me, and I was not any of those things. But what I will say is that, like I said, respectability, though, that's your path. You know, that is what you envisioned, that is what you wanted, and that's what you sought after. But the reasons for marriage is a little bit different these days. I think that if you are sexually comfortable, if you're in your you're comfortable with your sexuality, if you're comfortable, most women think, oh, if you don't do anything, then, you know, that makes you better. It doesn't. I think we're all human, we're going to make mistakes. You may have some other things that you need to work on. But my thing is,
Please tag in. BMU, please.
no, we're not tagging you in. Give me a moment. Let me finish my comment. Okay. And so what I will say is that
Fair point.
owning your sexuality, I think is important. I think it's important to know your body as a woman. I think it's important to know what you like. I think it's important to explore. I think it's
Even as a Christian.
important to, yes, I do, because there's a lot of women who get into these Christian beds that don't know what they're doing, and their Christian husbands is going to Sally Mae, who been dropping it like it's hot since it's 1980. So I feel like it's important for Black women to talk about sex, to not make it some big old, you know, some
Taboo.
yeah, to make it taboo. We need to be talking about those things, because that's one of the reasons people get divorced. Not being sexually active, not attuning to your husband needs, not doing what you're supposed to do, because sometimes you just don't know what to do. So I think educating, or bringing back sex education, even the basic form, should be brought back, because we need to be educated on it. That it is not just from pain, and not just for pleasure, because sometimes Black girls are raped at a higher rate than a lot of groups of individuals before they're 18. And so I think it's important to make sure that you teach women what good, happy sex, what it looks like, what it even as a Christian, no matter what your religious background is, you really do need to know what sex is for. It's not just for procreation, it is for, a lot of other things. And so we just need to kind of spread that out, and the knowledge, because some people are just acting, but they have no knowledge about the transmission of energy that you're having when you're having sex. So just
So I have a question.
Mhm.
So you're saying, so I think the question was about the liberation. I'm agreeing with you in terms of the education about it. I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with you. But are you saying that the advice is women should explore and actually act upon that education? Or do you believe that that should be something saved for marriage?
I don't think you have to save yourself for marriage personally. That's not something I feel like takes away from you as a woman, because were you a virgin when you got married to your wife?
Yes.
You
Yes.
were? Oh, okay. Well, see, that's an anomaly. What I would say, I wish it was more common. That way, you'll be both on an equal playing field, and you'll both be able to learn in and explore and do all the things that you guys want to do within your bedroom. But I don't think all the time that, if you don't have the education, to me, that needs to be the basis before we get to exploration. Like, we need to know the foundations of what it means to be, sexually active. And then if you choose, you already kind of know what the consequences, whether they're good or bad, what that can entail. Half the time you're not having those dialogues or that conversation. My mom told me, don't get pregnant. That was the advice I was given. I didn't have any education behind anything. So I think education is the foundation to sexual exploitation, like to explore, to be equipped to go out there if that's what you so choose to do. Um,
I think that's bad advice. And here's why. I think that in our culture now, stuff happens. Let's just be honest. Stuff happens. We're exposed at an earlier age. Um, Heck, my wife is a teacher, and she told me that these kids are being exposed not to the education but to the actual act at like 8 and 9 years old. Like how some of these kids are getting suspended because they are performing certain acts early on. I think we have to stop, I think we have to start talking about the emotional and psychological impact of exploring too early, and that it should be something that is safe for marriage. The question earlier was about like why are the marital rates going down, and do we think that it has to do with the sexual liberation? Well, let's look at the results of this. Since the sexual liberation, has the marriage rate increased or has it decreased?
Are you
It's
asking the
decreased.
question? Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So it is
No, it's
decreased.
decreased.
I thought you were asking the question again.
I
My bad. I
mean,
didn't.
sex has been
Yep.
around since the beginning of times. I
No,
don't
but that's
I
not what we're
don't.
talking about. So
Yeah.
we're not talking about. I'm not talking about the active sex. Let me tell you the truth. Me and my wife. Let me be 100 with you. So we were each other's first, but we weren't married when we was doing. We were shacking up, right? So if you guys been to church, y'all know what shacking up is. We were shacking, right? And we were getting it. But the thing is, it's important that sex can lead to unwanted pregnancies, to STDs, and then the more you put yourself out there, it becomes harder to pair bond with the person that you're with. This is just a fact, particularly for women. It is one of the things that I don't hear a lot of women talking about when there is data that is on this, that the more sexual partners a woman has over a certain amount of time, the harder it is for her to pair bond. And the reason why I believe that we see more divorces, and you see as soon as a woman gets out of a relationship, she's already into the next one. It's because it jeopardizes the ability to pair bond. I do think that is the same thing for men, but just in a different way. I think that men who take too much time and sleep with too many different women, they pick up those patterns and those behaviors, and it becomes hard for them to be trusting of a woman because we become so overexposed to the female nature. And if you guys have been in these YouTube streets, you guys know what I'm talking about. So that we are with any woman with this suspicion. So I think the way that we circumvent this is that we put some respect on sex, and that we don't just throw it out there just because we can do it with our bodies, but that we make it precious and we make it mean something. And until we do that, we're going to forever be having all kind of sex with people, and marriage is not, there's nothing going to be special about marriage beside the bills and the debt we share.
Hey, I got a question,
Yeah,
sir.
I agree.
Well, go ahead, K-So, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to piggyback off what you said, and I was going to say I agree. I think that sexual liberation, there's a lot of negative effects that come with it, and one of the biggest things that I that bothers me is more kids have been born out of wedlock because of it, and I know people have kind of normalized single parent homes, and I know it happens, and I'm not trying to devalue those people as human beings, but if you look at some of the data and some of the statistics, kids do worse when they are born into those situations than they do when they're born into people who are happily married and are in a healthy marriage. So I don't think that just exploring your sexual options and things like that, I don't think that there's no effects to it, and I think it's ultimately bad for us as a society. And just to bring it back to the question, I think that one of the reasons that we are the least married is because we're not really marriage minded. I think a lot of people in marriages, they view marriages as kind of like a next step, or they view marriage as a thing that, like the Disney movie effect, or what can I get out of a marriage? And I always think that when it comes to marriage, marriage is a position of serving. You are serving someone else in marriage. It is not about you. Me and my wife, the way we operate, we are not in a partnership. I operate how the Bible kind of structures marriage, which is God, husband, wife, kids. Not saying that she doesn't add value. She adds a lot of value to my life. Not saying that I am a dictator and I just tell her what to do. That's not what that's about. But in our marriage, what I do for my wife is I go out and work, and I don't mean just a 9 to 5. I mean, like, I'll tell you this, like, we have a kid on the way. And so one of the things I've been doing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
I appreciate that. So one of the things I've been doing, it is not necessarily like we need to, but my wife is going to be out for a while. And so I've been staying up late nights, and I have 2 other jobs. I make 6 figures on my main job, but I work 2 other jobs, and I make that sacrifice for her. There's a countless amount of things I do for her. My wife doesn't have to lift heavy things, and that's a small thing, but I don't want to name every single thing. My wife, same thing for me. She serves me when she comes home and she's cooking and things like that. My wife knows I have a plan to where she doesn't have to work if she doesn't want to. You know what I'm saying? So these are the ways we serve each other, because I think in a marriage, when people are so focused on what they can get out of a marriage, we end up married less because we're so self-focused. So that's just my opinion on it. And I think
want to say something.
Go ahead, bro.
Well said.
That sexual liberation can be done within the confines of a marriage. People talk about finding out what you like, and I think that's part of the education that you were talking about, Sean. I think we can educate each other that if we wait until marriage, which I wish I would have. I said this before on this panel, but I believe that I wish I was a virgin when I was married. And if I could have done that and then had that sexual liberation, me and my wife together, discovering each other, communicating, learning each other, it's such a healthy way to do things versus I'm just going to lay down with a bunch of people because I can. So that's just my opinion.
Go ahead, Brian.
Man, I look at this totally different. But this the cool thing about it. He explained what works for him, what he found in his woman. You know what I mean? Like, for me, I don't require all that. I can cook for myself. I don't require a woman to do all that cleaning. I could do it, myself. So for me, I'm just like Sean. It's just about we both submit to each other. And I look at it as a business also. I'm older. I'm 39 years old. So what I have acquired through my 20s and 30s, now I meet a woman, there's no connection. But if I was younger or something, yeah, we can grow together, and I get that. But for me, man, if I want to have sex with women, people just like to fuck. I can still be focused in life. I can still be successful in life. All that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And everybody just different. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just different. I enjoyed my life. I had a wild life. I got custody of my children. I take care of my children. If I was to get married, I would want a woman that is seasoned.
Seasoned.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with a woman that
Little
don't know what to
McCormick ain't
do.
gonna kill nobody.
But keep in mind, I'm 39 years old. I'm speaking from a 39-year-old perspective. You know what I mean? I can understand people being a virgin and meeting their love life early in age. That's cool. But me being my age, man, I'm looking for stability. I'm looking for a woman with some money, at least make as much money as I do. I don't really care if she got kids or not. Cool, I'm 39, I got kids. You know what I mean? What can you do for me and how can we benefit each other? That's what I'm looking for in a woman. I can understand where K Soul coming from. He's a young man, so he met his wife or his whoever at a young age, and that's cool. So that will work for me.
That's a good perspective. That's a good perspective.
I got a question. Hold on. Time out. I got a question.
Here we go.
It's not a question. It's not a question. Well, sir, I got a question for you. And it
Sir
kind of
Hill.
goes back. Sir Hill, my bad. That's disrespectful. My bad. So I got a question.
Yep.
You said you and your wife were shacking up. So hypothetically, was it shacking up with the like you were shacking up and you like, you know what? I like what I'm doing with her. Or was it even if I do have sex and it's not good, you're gonna marry her? Just the question.
So interesting. So let me give you the backstory. So I grew up real religious, and I didn't get that. I got some when I was 19. I thought the rapture was gonna come before I got some. So I got with my wife.
Hey, I was 18,
and
bro. I was 18. I was 18.
Right. So I thought it was gonna happen. I thought I was gonna be out of here before I got some. But you know, we met, and then now we became real friends, like real friends. And I proposed to her before we were engaged before we did anything. So I met my wife and I proposed to her when I was 18 years old, and we got married when I was 19. So that's what I'm saying. I appreciate Brian's perspective because different phases, you got your expectations have to be adjusted. I think that's a really good point, and I didn't think about that. But yeah, so when we met, we were both virgins, and we got 4 kids, been married going on 15 years, right? So my perspective, I will say it is a bit different. But let me destroy the myth about you got to get out there and figure stuff out and find out what you like. You can figure that out with the person you like. As long as you both are interested in making sure you find out what pleases each other and keep it spicy, I'm telling you, it can make it work. The only variation is the size of certain things. Now listen, y'all, you telling me from a guy who's been married for 15 years.
Big dog. Big homie. My roadie, my round, my whoopie. I'll say this.
Brian Joe fucking these women, that bruh.
I don't think marriage is going down because of sexual liberation. Because you can get coochie in marriage. I can get coochie from anybody in marriage. So I don't think that. I just think that marriage is. Why should I have to get married? What really changes when I get married? I can commit to you before I get married. I can write in a will that you can get all my money before I die. In today's world, I think marriage is because people are like, what's the value? Back in the day, we were poor, you were poor. Your father had a camel, I had land. Hey, do you want me and my son and daughter, they do the woo. Yeah, that's a financial strategy. But today it's like, I can do all that.
That goes back to what we were talking about, though, because we were talking about ways to build up the community, right? We were also talking about the way to bring up the next generation. That's a big reason that I push marriage, because that's how you fix a lot of the issues. Because when you have kids and they're raising your household and you're not telling them perform for the white people like you were talking about, you can control that narrative versus if they're living in 2 households and they're getting 2 different trainings, and you know what I'm saying?
But that's not what I'm saying is sexual liberation is not destroying marriage. I think, and with sexual liberation, all women doing today
sexual liberation came without sexual education, though.
There
aren't people out here really talking about sex like sex should be talked about.
I think right now we're living in a space where there's been an overconsumption of misogyny, so women are basically corresponding to that. So I kind of understand right now women to be like, y'all did it for all these years and didn't get tagged for it, so hell, I get to do it. So I kind of understand it. As far as me personally, I say this: I like movies. Tyler Perry makes some stupid movies, but I agree with the movie Temptation, because at the end of the day, Lance gross. At the end of the day, Lance Gross did do some fallacies that I was like, okay, I can see why she started fucking with other dudes. Because guess what? She didn't actually experience life before she met Lance Gross. She would have seen that, because dude is good looking, just because he defended me. I had guys like that, but overall, he's not good. So to me, I would feel like I'm not buying no car unless I test drive it. Because at the end of the day, if I get in a relationship, if I get married and the coochie's whack, or hell, my dick may be whack. It like I don't want to have to. Well, now we got to be tied to each other because we married. I just feel like you should, dip in it. Like personally, now I do agree that we got to have some type of sexual discipline because we can't just be slinging our dicks and coochies to everything because of STDs and all that. But I feel like there's nothing wrong with exploring your sexual powers. Like there's nothing wrong with that. But But I think also too, a lot of times,
Brian. We're gonna get that meeting started again after this show.
But with sexual exploration, people just gotta be disciplined. That's the word. They just gotta be disciplined. Like, hey, if we have a kid, are you gonna be here? Like, are you gonna be a good mother? Are you gonna be a good daddy? I think it's just really about discipline.
I got an analogy for you. So I heard somebody say this, and I thought it was great. They said because somebody used that same term. They said you got to test drive before you buy the car. And if someone said you test drive Camrys and Accords, you don't test drive Porsches. You get on a waiting list and you buy it.
Facts.
That okay. Hold on. If you have, hold on. Stop the boot. Hold on.
He said stop. I'm getting spread. You ain't ready for this.
No, we're not gonna do this.
Oh, Jedi Mike is in the building.
If you got $1 billion and you go buy Michael Jordan's own mansion in Chicago, do you still go look at that house, or you just be like, I just want it? You still gonna go look at that house.
If you have $1 billion, the type of pussy that's gonna get thrown at you is gonna be so insurmountable that you're actually gonna have options, and you're probably gonna want to.
Lance is horny tonight, ain't boy? Lance horny.
At the same aspect, like it's a value system. It's all a value system. We always want to say
switch the analogy, bro.
Sex isn't important.
We're talking about cars.
Too much tonight.
Yes, nigga. Look,
we got to keep it on cars.
Once again, most everybody don't know how to drive stick. Most of those cars don't come automatic, so they still gonna probably go test drive, or they still gonna test drive. Stop the bullshit. Because most millionaires be like,
K-Soul got you on that one.
Artists.
K-Soul got you on that one.
Artists. I will say this: you cannot drive the high value cars. You cannot drive the high value cars.
I used to sell cars.
You cannot.
Man, okay, well,
you can't even test drive.
It's the equivalent of you going to National for 3 years to National Car Rental. It's the equivalent of you going to National Car Rental for 3 years, renting cars and deciding when you tried one car, you know what? I actually like this one. I'm gonna buy this one for the rental car. And you don't even care about the fact that it's been rented by other people. But the fact is that it's used, and then you get to decide that value of that car. It's renting cars. That's all it is. You're renting and you're skating and you're biding your time, and that's all you're doing. But when it comes down to it, sex in general has not been discussed in detail like any of us should have experienced it. And I mean, honestly, Sarah Hale probably had the most purest experience, and Brian probably has the most respectful approach when it comes to actual sexual like exploration. But when it comes down to it, most people will do anything that it takes to get that satisfaction, or they will give into any type of insecurity they have to try to feel more secure. People aren't using sex just for sexual satisfaction. They're using sex to fulfill insecurity. They're using sex to fulfill any kind of low self-worth that they have. There's a whole different level. So you can't just one day say that sex is not a big deal and you got to just try it out. And then all of a sudden when you get married, say, oh, this sex is so important that we have to keep it in between us. Why would you expect that from somebody that's already given themselves away and they've already created this habit sexually of giving themselves away?
So what are you saying by that? I'm confused on that last part.
Because people fluctuate the value. People fluctuate the value of sex and being in relation to somebody, and it's not the same thing. There are plenty of people that you can get sex from anybody. Like Joe always says, bucket of dicks, 2 buckets, Home Depot. You can get that, but you can't deny that the more and more you get that, the less and less value it will have. And you will at some point start to put your sexual desires in comparison to your sexual relation, in comparison to yourself.
Sir Hill, hold on. Let Sir Hill go. Sir Hill, go.
I got a response. First of all, I want to thank you all for this amazing material. I've learned some concept that I've never heard in my life before. So I want to thank each of you on tonight. The other thing is, I'm not saying that I think that the sexual liberation is what has caused the decline in marriage. I'm not saying that. Brian made up a really great point. I think that different phases mean different things. It's the attitude toward it is what I'm concerned with.
Exactly.
It is the attitude toward sex that we just deal with anything, we deal with anybody. And I think that until we have the right and the proper attitude about it. And look, we got to stop justifying that just because we were wild that it was right. The way that I look at our decisions is what was the consequence. Hold on, let me say it like you are. Hold on a second. So, like, what's the outcome of all of this? We having all of this sex. Has our communities gotten better?
Exactly.
Has marriages gotten better? Has our family gotten better? If the answer to this question is no, like if we're gonna get experience, let's get experience that can benefit the communities, not just benefit the stories we're able to tell about our sexual excursions. That's what I say.
Hold on, you can get married and still not benefit the community too. So I'm not understanding how sex liberation.
Because I benefit community. I'm fucking a lot.
Because let's be honest, I can go get
Well,
married.
the community thanks you for your dick, Brian. We appreciate it.
I said,
sexual
attitude towards
education
sex.
is
the attitude towards sex. You know what? I'm stressed out.
I think education.
You deal with some low down dirty motherfuckers.
We just had Jedi Mike. Jedi Mike come on, man. Jedi Mike, what you got to say about the situation, Jedi Mike?
Yeah, I ain't ready for this.
Let's go.
Let's go.
First of all, hey everyone, how you guys doing? Sorry I was running late. I just came off for work and stuff. But I just want to make comment in terms of what Artist was saying. So you have to understand the fact that, sex itself is not inherently a bad thing. The problem, it was a sacred thing, even though you want to go back and tie it to the scriptures. The problem is that we have perverted it as man, right? We perverted it. And when anything that's been really perverted is kind of rooted in demonic. If you're simple, you've seen how things that the fact that we don't handle sex properly, you can go and say education or saying thing, but the fact that we actually are sharing something, you can't throw your pearls amongst the swine, right? So I'm wondering is that I'm saying having this conversation about, well, okay, I need to test drive, but like imagine you ever see people try to go to a K Jewelers and say, hey, you go wear this ring, take it out for a day and come back. What kind of mess is that? Mm-hmm. That's the thing. You never heard that because it doesn't exist. So in that point, that something that inherently has true value does not be shared amongst the flock. You don't amongst the swine. So in a sense, what I'm saying,
I'm sharing myself. I'm doing what I do.
John, one question, because we doing what I do.
Sound good though.
Tonight. How many of y'all niggas count y'all money when it comes out the ATM? I don't mean to call y'all niggas to be. How many of y'all count y'all money when it come out the ATM? And have they ever cheated you when your money came out, but you still count it? True, false, right or wrong?
Excuse me? You repeat that?
I said, how many of y'all count y'all money when it comes out the ATM?
I mean, I think everybody.
Okay, yeah. But if it's all about well, we gotta wait, because we inherently don't trust people, period, white or black. So I can see kind of in the sense that
that's what comes with discernment.
But hold on. I don't think, to me personally, you have to wait to get married. Like, that's just me. Like, I don't feel like you have to wait to get married, because when you're trying to find yourself, especially black people, you ain't gonna know yourself just because, I'll wait till I get to marry. Because then at the end, I'm still don't know myself. You can get married.
You're gonna find yourself through sex?
Say it again.
You're gonna find yourself through sex? How much of your character is composed of your sexual escapades?
I'm not saying that it should be all tied to sex, but we're talking about sex. Because
you don't want to say find yourself.
Okay,
you gonna find yourself in someone's pussy? I
show a lack of humility. Let me draw back. This question seems like it runs hand in hand, marriage and sexual liberation. Like, sex is the only leading factor of why marriages are going down. And I'm like, well, really, it's just trust at the end of the day. That's why marriage is going down. I don't think it's just sexual liberation, because there's other aspects.
Finances and
spiritual, the emotional.
Finances too. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the number one reason, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, well, then we should add in more to that ending question then, instead of sexual liberation then. Because it makes it seem to me, it makes it seem like
No,
and it's just to me, it just seems like sexual liberation is the only reason why marriage is going down, because that's why it goes marriage.
I
on
never
that
been
question.
married, so I never been married.
I ain't never been married either, but I'm just saying that's why I make it seem like, was it just
Damn, we
sex?
the
well,
only
take it
unmarried
from
niggas on
somebody
here.
who's been married for 15 years. It makes a difference. And let me ask you a question. Say you have children. Do you want, and yes, Kaylin, I agree about the trust part too. You guys got children?
Yeah.
I got a son and daughter.
Yeah,
Yes.
so would you want, and this is just really me just asking a question with your kids.
Yes, sir.
Would you want them growing up with somebody who, and you see your girl, your baby girl out there, just, she had a reputation, and you got a son out there who just having kids all over the place. Is that something you would be, how would you handle that? Would you be like, hey, you got to explore yourself, you got to get to know yourself, you got to, hey, this is what life is, or
Well,
what?
you
Are
teach
you,
responsibility.
Put that in context.
That's a
Are you
di-
saying before or after? Is that before or after?
I'm just
I'm talking about in relation to marriage. If you guys want them to be married, like what? How would you prepare them for that? Would you
Well,
tell
this
them
is
to
what I
take the
do.
same steps you
My
take?
my children are
No,
teenagers.
your question, but your question was like they had kids and they already had like a bunch of kids. Is this? Are you said we
No,
need
no,
to
no. That's
talk
not
to
what I
them?
said. I said if you guys have kids and they want to have kids, right? Like, how would you raise them? Like in the context of marriage, like would you have them to make the same decisions you made, like your daughter, or would you tell her, hey, you want to
No,
hold off, preserve
I
it for marriage?
always tell both of mine's teenagers, and I always tell them, especially my son, your sperm is your money. I said protect your sperm at all costs. That's the first thing I said. I said, you can blame the women all you want, you can blame child support all you want, but at the end of the day, your dick you need to control on what you skeet in. I tell
Absolutely.
my daughter, I tell her all the time, and a lot of people don't like when I say this, but I tell my daughter this. I said, you have a father, you have a mother, you have family that got money. We not rich, but we could take care of you. So there's no reason for you to be promiscuous for money because you got to get some money. But I tell my daughter this. I said, but now if you just want to fuck just because you want to fuck, that's on you. But know the consequences will come with it. You see how I talk about women? Because I tell about my whole stories with women all the time. I said, do you want to be like these women? You see how I talk disrespectfully about them? Do you want to be like them? And you know what she say?
So Brian,
Hell no.
okay, so
Yo.
Brian, so check this out. Now, is that fair for? This is me asking. This is me, brother to brother.
Got you. Come
Like,
on, come on.
What state do you live in?
I live in Dallas. I'm in Texas.
You live in Dallas? I won't say nothing. I live in Dallas too.
Oh no!
Hey, but nah, to answer your
Pull up on you.
No,
it's
let's
all
for real.
about accountability, though.
But isn't it unfair to want your daughter to not end up away, but the way you're treating other daughters is like their daughters as well?
I live in reality.
Because if we're talking about the community is going to start with the decisions we make.
Facts. But I ain't perfect either, brother. That's why I never get on here and act like I'm a holy nigga. I tell my kids all the time. But listen, I know I'm wrong, but that's what I just like to do, man. I like having sex, you know, like women
the reason I'm saying this, I'm saying this because I got two daughters as well. One is 12 and they're gonna be developed. I am scared as hell.
Don't be scared.
Like, I'm being
Don't
real.
be scared.
Don't
be scared.
But here's the thing: that our daughters, they gonna find the type of man that their daddy is. I don't care what you say. You can give her all the instructions on what not to do. A girl, for the most part, her first example of what a man is her dad, right? And so I'm just saying that this is brothers, right? Like I said, you seem like a big guy. I want us to make sure we're on good terms, bro.
No, man, I ain't.
All right, right. So we got to model better for our daughters because it doesn't matter what you say. If she sees that that's how you are, in some cases, she may emulate that. And what I hear men who've lived a lifestyle say is, hey, I know how I was, and I don't want to be a hypocrite. Well, I look at it differently. You've had that experience, and you know the outcome of that. So we got to protect that baby girl because
I
she
show
will
her
be the next leader
examples
of the community. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I show her examples of what not to be, that you don't have to be like that. You be a stand-up woman. You don't deal with men that treat you like that. My kids don't see women coming in. A woman never even been to my house, period. So they want me to have a woman. They like, Dad, when you gonna get a woman? But I tell her stories about certain
that's
situations
respect,
I've
bro.
been in with women and how women reacted towards me. And I teach her when a man do that, don't be in the don't put yourself in a situation like that. Don't be a fool. Don't be a side chick. Don't be none of these things. Don't fall for that. So I tell her the dark truth. I'm not one of these men that's gonna sugarcoat stuff. And I can't knock what you do and how you teach your daughters. You might teach your daughters about roses and flowers and stuff. I teach my daughter the real. I teach her the game on what type of niggas that's gonna be coming out to her. Cause I have a beautiful 16-year-old, and I'm not just saying that because that's my daughter, but as a man and understand how niggas like me think, I got to give her the game so she understands. And by me being close to my daughter, she tells me everything, like everything that most women don't even tell their father. See, my daughter shares that with me because I open that lane for her that she can come and tell daddy certain stuff. Even if she want to fuck, even if she talking about having a boyfriend, she want to go on a date. Talk to me. Don't hide that from me. Let me talk to you about not having sex. Wait a minute. Oh, you want to smoke weed? Don't smoke weed. Your daddy didn't start smoking until you were 30. So just wait till you get older. But you know, I gotta keep it real with mine.
Respect, Ram. Respect.
You know what I'm saying? She made great
respect.
grades. She ain't out here hoeing. You know what I mean? So
Transparency.
that's how I was raised too. My parents talked to me real. You know, it wasn't no like goo goo gaga. It was like this what can happen when you do this, Brian. That's why I never been to jail. Cause they scared the fuck out of me as a kid by not going to jail. Don't hit women,
respect,
Brian.
bro.
I never hit women. You know,
But to answer
so
your question, sir, I think it's
Sir
just
Hill.
really about accountability. Sir Hell, damn, my bad. I feel disrespectful. Damn. Sir Hell. He say,
Sir.
to me, sir. I said, sir. It's say,
All
to me,
caps.
it's really just about accountability. Because we can talk about our kids about waiting for the perfect situation, but a lot of times perfect situations don't happen.
don't happen like this.
With my son, he's 10 years old. Yes, I have, and I'm gonna be honest, I have 2 kids by 2 different children's mother. Yes, I can be the prime example, but I also can tell you, hey, if it does happen, be accountable for what you do. Because a lot of
I agree with
times,
that.
I don't. Nobody. The Bible can tell me about temptation and all that, but let's be honest. We don't knock at that door. A lot of us, not all of us, a lot of us. And it's like, hey, once you go through that, you got to know what comes with that territory. And what do I look like? What I look like? Say, you got to wait for this. You got to wait for that. Nah, look, if it happened, baby girl. Hey, if you get pregnant, hey, look, I'm a man. This is what you got to be a woman about it and be accountable because dude may not be there. Hey, son, you may get a crazy woman that gonna put you on child support, may fuck up your life. Take the money out of it. They just gonna fuck with your mental or emotional state, but you still got to be accountable and don't run like a coward.
Hold on. Hey, let me say, can I say something?
Go ahead.
I want to say something right quick. And see, Sir Harris, you hit the lick.
Sir
see,
Harris.
I mean, goddamn, sir. I just want to say this right quick to you, sir. You came and you one of the few black men that came into a perfect situation out of high school and meet a woman.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I didn't go
okay.
to high school.
I'm not high school, but you know, I mean, at 19 years old. At 19 years old, so you got to be with that one woman. You found somebody. You like the lotto. A lot of people don't get a chance to go through that. I went through a lot of growing pains. I admire people like you, people like Jabari and Queso, Dwayne, even though he confused me sometimes, but I look up to people like y'all.
You said Jabari?
Jedi. I'm sorry, Jedi.
My man changing everybody's name.
Hey, yeah, what's Black? What's the Dwayne? No, Black David. It's Black David, right? Black
No,
David.
that's the Nigerian.
Well, I just want to say,
no, it's a joke.
Look at it like this,
because
I know it sounds kind of wild how I'm speaking, but just look at it like this. You came into a great traditional situation. You came to a great traditional situation. 2 virgins, y'all met up and y'all hit it off. Nigga, I was a virgin at 18 and messed up. It was the wrong chick. It was a big girl that worked at Popeye named Reggie or whatever her name was. That was just a bad experience for me. It went downhill.
It's your Regina.
Reggie just got.
No, I think you got the name wrong. No, I think I got the name wrong.
Put the link to better.
It was probably Regina.
No, it's probably Ricky.
Hey, Brian, I know your phone contacts are fucked up. I bet your phone contacts are fucked up. I bet a chick go through your phone. Nigga, who the fuck you talking to?
Man,
I don't even
fucked
know.
up.
I don't even know.
Yeah, that's hilarious. He said it's all downhill from there.
Downhill. But now, man, I salute y'all, man, and I respect y'all perspective, especially the ones that's been married, that holds value to the black family and to all of that. But you know, I'm on that nigga side.
Your
Yeah,
contribution. You have to make your contribution.
Yeah.
I think
another factor
Jabari,
too.
I think Jabari was trying to say something.
Jabari.
Hey, look, if y'all give my name,
We have
I
Welch
everybody
from
make
the
out.
mountains. Will be no challenge today.
No, but Jedi Mike was trying to say something.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Because I actually want to talk about things on sexual liberation. Is that what time do you think this sexual liberation actually starts? And I'm saying I can just tell just from in a college setting that I see a lot of folks exploring that right now and screwing themselves over when they get to their like junior and senior year when they're trying to subconsciously either by peer pressure or whatever have the expectation that they're going to try and meet their husbands, not knowing that we remember what they did freshman sophomore year at homecoming, right? And I think on that point I just want to kind of emphasize is that terms of maybe a contributing factor in terms of why at least people are getting married. And I just want to say in our community because I was talking to Black Man Filter was like the live stream yesterday with Kay and Kayla talking about all of my friends, whatever, they're getting married now in their 30s, whatever. And I really, and I didn't want to say this though. I'm like, how many of them were, saying were black relationships or were non-white or non-black relationships? Because for me, I'm in Northern Virginia, and I'm invited. I actually got invited to MC to help out with my friend's wedding, but all of them are white. They're getting married in the junior senior year, and I'm just wondering like why. I'm saying why is that on terms of cultural sense? They're getting more married earlier when they kind of prioritize that stuff. Like I can't have the time to waste. I can't waste time trying to explore my sexual liberation. I need to get married instead of the other way around. In our culture, when we want to do the opposite. And I just want to ask that question: that what type of factor you think that's contributing to?
I think I just got a theory about that. Just because we haven't really had the whole mindset of setting even like a goal for our life or vision. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, most of these people have their whole lives organized out, and it's not to say that they didn't sexually explore. Like sexual exploration happens at what, 14, 15 now? I mean, honestly. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, and for some unfortunate people, even sooner, without a choice. So, I mean, I think that these people like have a vision in mind. Just the marriage is one of the visions. Like they're working towards their degree. They're mentoring under different internships, so they can already be headed to the career of their choice. I mean, and one of their other goals is marriage, and it's not to say that now are we finding that the people that are getting married, are they in healthy marriages though? Are they in marriages of substance? Right. Are they in marriages that are long lasting? That's a whole different question. Mm-hmm. And that's a question that we have to ask ourselves too when we're putting that into the equation. They may have it, they may be writing in their planner, get married in my senior year. But like, are they getting divorced 5 years later?
Exactly. No, I completely understand. But I hope I was asking my question correctly. I mean, we're not trying to be confusing to answer.
Because I think it's a good question, to be honest with you.
Sean, I think Sean had a response to your question as well.
Yeah, when Black women go to college, just as we don't necessarily go to find a mate versus the latter. Sometimes they are going to college to find a husband.
Right. Hold on just a second. Mm-hmm. Sean, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you just said what I was just thinking. I think it was 4 or 5 days ago, Kevin Samuels at the beginning of his show, he said that. He said Black women send their daughters to college to be independent. White women send their daughters to college to find a husband. Those were the words. He said that like 4 days ago on his show.
That's the Godfather.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Right.
I think even with that, that's the first time where, if I have 5 sisters. And so I was the first one to go off to college, and I was just looking to be free. Okay. I was just looking to not, they told you to go to college. I didn't get a whole lot of direction. So I'm the first generation to go off and experience that.
Same here.
And so, I think that when I went to school, like I was still in survivor mode at the end of the day. I wasn't thinking about having a husband or anything like that. I had a boyfriend for like a long time, and we went off, ended up actually at the same college, but that wasn't I didn't want to get married because I thought, I needed to go and explore or travel or do something like that that would add value. Not to say I didn't find marriage valuable, but it's not something that I saw as my grandparents were married for a long time, but not my mother. My mom was a single. I'm just now actually seeing my mom in a healthy marriage in my 30s.
Wow.
So I get to see that. Thank God I get to see that, but I didn't see that coming up. So I didn't have a skewed way of thinking of marriage. I just didn't know what it looked like because my older generation kind of hid everything. They kind of kept everything within themselves. We didn't have discussions about certain things. So I didn't I didn't see the ups and the downs. You just kind of see them existing and appearing to be happy, but not knowing the ins and out of the marriage. So,
Yeah, I have a question because you talk about survival. You were in survival mode. I won't pose
yeah,
no question. Isn't finding a husband, is that survival in itself as well? Like I'm
no,
posing that question.
survivor
Like,
mode, just for me as coming from the background that I come from,
mhm.
um, you're just trying to make it, whether it's providing. I work full time. I had a full schedule. I worked 2 jobs, and I was full time in college. So I had a lot on my plate within
Yeah.
itself. I couldn't call home and say, "Hey mom, can you?" I didn't have that. My daughter will have that, but I didn't have that. My family, my goal at this point of in my 30s is to break generational curses. That I feel
Come
like
on.
that's a purpose of mine.
Yeah.
So in
Absolutely.
order to do that, it starts with healing in my group, whether it's from a sexual exploitation in the family, whether it's whatever that is, it's just healing and to get out of the mindset. Sir Hale mentioned about mindset of the community, and I think it's very, very important to change your mindset. So I won't teach my daughter. I won't say what I won't teach my daughter because she's too young. I'm not going to say what I won't and won't do right now.
Right.
What I will say is that it's to
A
be
later season.
intentional, and I will provide her with the tools and the education and the consequences of those things. I will instill in her value and self-esteem, things of that nature, because sometimes women fall into this self-esteem or trying to find themselves. I want her to know who she is in within herself, and God, who she is as a woman. What does that look like for her? And kind of guide her along the way. She's going to have free will just like I have free will. So just guiding her and making sure she makes good decisions and to have her back when she doesn't. So I didn't go to college for that. I went to college to have another expensive experience as far as I'm concerned. But I enjoyed myself. I got lifelong friends. And it was a great experience for me. I think it was important. I found my more black identity within the HBCU, and so I really,
Where'd you go?
Prairie View,
Oh, okay.
Prairie
Okay.
View,
Okay.
and I really had a great time. But I didn't go to school for a man. I went to school for the education. That was secondary. I think if you want to find like-minded people early on, I think it is a good way to meet people and to connect. I think it's a great way to network, and I didn't capitalize on that because I didn't know what networking was. I didn't find out about that till a little later on in life, about how to truly network and connect with people. And so definitely want
Well,
to
well.
make sure that we're doing that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for answering my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Sean, you a dope black woman. I do want to say that.
Go ahead.
Awesome. Congrats to being the first in your family to do those, make those moves.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Yep.
Thank you.
Wanted to throw it out there.
So hold on. So we only feel that, and I may be wrong, and I probably came in and out because I looked for my charger. So we feel like really only black women kind of go to school to feel like they look for citizenship independency, while other races of women look for a husband. Am I understanding that correctly, or am I wrong?
No, I think white women may go to school because they get married a lot younger than black women. Black women tend to marry a little bit later on, or are or divorce fairly early after marriage because sometimes we just don't have the tools to make those relationships work.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes we don't have the education to make those things work, or we don't have, when I got married, we had a group of people that we surrounded ourselves within the church that kind of helped. Dwayne was one of those individuals, like we just linked up and we supported each other. It's not because we saw all of that on the outside. Sometimes you have to seek it and you have to go out and find those circles that can support. The women that I know, my husband's friends are married. My friends aren't always married. I have a lot more friends that are single as black women. So I still see that. One of my friends said, "Oh, you did it the right way. You found your husband in your 20s and got married early." I didn't know what I was doing at the time. Marriage wasn't on my, it wasn't in my view like that at first. So it wasn't something that I was intentional trying to seek. I know I wanted to be married, but not necessarily like, was I ready to be married? Like, did I feel like I had all the tools necessary? Did I feel like, no, I didn't feel like that. I got that along the way. So
you kind of got married. So you got married, then figured it out after you got married?
when I got married, Mr. Sir Hell, we were shacking, we shacked, but I wrote out something to him and I was like, this is with the intentions of getting married, because I didn't want to be just shacking. I didn't want to be just a girlfriend. I knew I didn't want to be there, but I think development of a wife is important. Development of a woman. I think your core values and stuff you have to work on those things. And that takes time and experience. Nobody's ready made. Even if you've been pure, you may not be ready made. So
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Fantastic. Would you have done anything any differently leading up to marriage? I'm just curious on that, based off what you know now.
Question.
I wish certain things didn't happen to me where I had to make certain decisions. So I think like me being a survivor of sexual abuse as a child, me being a survivor of, breaking these boundaries and these barriers. I didn't know what I was doing, but I know that I wanted a better life. I know that I wanted better experiences, and a good thing about my mom, although I found my biological father later on in life, we actually developed a relationship. So thank God for that. Like, we had a healing moment. But one of the things that was really helpful during the transition, my mom never talked bad about my dad. Like, she never talked down about him, even though she told me bits and pieces, but she never gave me the full scope of who he was. And I think that kept the purity in my mind of seeking that. I actually found him. And so when I met him, it laid a great foundation for me to actually hear his heart and understand him and his point of view and all the things that he experienced. And it helped us heal, because I didn't have this umbrella of all this stuff. I felt she felt probably a ways about, she didn't know she did it the right way, but she did do it the right way. In order for me to heal and have a relationship with my father later on in life, and for us to heal those different things. I think I lost your question, sir.
No, you actually answered it, and I actually appreciate that. When you first started talking, I had a presumption of you, and so I have to apologize for that. I thought that you were more of but it's not that you've done your journeys have been just differently, so your
I was
perspective is
right.
different.
I
Actually,
was right
learned
the
something
first time.
from you
See,
today.
I was right the
Yeah.
first time. I was
Now
right
we
the
still
first
got
time.
a meeting after this, Brian. We still got a meeting. So I appreciate that. I think that's so.
Yeah, I just say we have to do our work, and I think education is really vital because I feel like if I had the education or the knowledge, because I'm a person who learns by education. Like I'm a nerd. I love to read. I love knowledge. I eat it up. I love different perspectives and things like that. So that would have benefited me as a youth with providing the education. Because I would have been like, you know what, that story, I would have been able to relate it to a situation. I think sometimes we live in shame and we don't want to, you know, really relinquish our dirty laundry to our kids. And I think it's imperative that we kind of tell the real story, age appropriate, of course, at those different stages. But I think it's important if my mom, her first child was at 15, second child was at 16 to an older gentleman, pushing marriage on kids at a young age like that when their brain is not even developed. I think that could be, that's not great at all the time. So I feel like in a healthy, we need to know what health looks like, what the healthy marriage looks like, what a healthy relationship with ourselves looks like. We need to know how we can have healthy relationships outside of ourselves as well, so that we can grow and develop and be better people. And I think that helps the community as well.
Artist, this answers your question from earlier. Actually, how do we set the foundation? This work. This is where it starts at.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, and I don't want you to feel like earlier it was an attack. I just like to ask questions. I'm just a question ass Negro. So I'm that
They were
person.
trying to
I don't
come at
mind
you. They were trying to come at you, Sean. I saw
But I will
through it.
say this.
I knew you.
I will say this.
Something
In
good
college,
about you.
when I went to college to play ball, even though I did it the first semester and quit playing basketball, I will say this. I don't think a lot of white women go to college to find a marriage because they be I'm going to just say this from my experience. They be the most freakiest ones. And I'm going to say this too. It's a lot of white guys that don't know what they white wives were doing. And I'm not trying to shame no one, but sisters, it's a lot of white girls in college that was doing obscene things, letting us drive daddy's car, giving student loan money. I've seen it. I've been there. I just think that the white women ought to hide it better of their sexual prowess, or the white male's more open to marriage. That's what I will say. Because even if we do fucked up shit as men in college, which I'm not giving a pass to, we're still not going to be open to marriage that early. It's just white guys, they're kind of bred too with the whole idea, hey, it's important who you marry. You can fuck around when you want to, but understand marriage is the most important thing. That's the only thing I will push back. I think sexual liberation is in all races of people. I mean, in all races, especially when they get to college, because that's like a cesspool. Have you ever been to like a black college weekend? It's get crazy out there.
That's true.
So the difference is with
I'm
you,
just saying. But I also been to a white campus where them frat parties, most of them rape cases. Now them white boys be going overboard with it. At least black guys, we kind of, hey, if you don't want it, we ain't gonna give it to you. I'm not trying to get all sexual.
Jedi Mike has a disclosure. Like Jedi Mike has a disclosure. Go ahead, Jedi.
Listen, let me tell you this. I'm talking about there's certain sectors like first of all, I mean everything he was saying was true about hiding it. Because he's right. Some of these white women, they are hiding it, and because obviously you never think, and they hide themselves either in these sororities or other organizations and other stuff like that. Oh, I mean, I'm part of student government.
Hide it. It's just they don't get damned for it. You see white women doing just as much as black women, showing their sexuality. Madonna, all of them.
I disagree.
That's an exception to the fact.
I disagree.
No. Look at Marilyn Monroe.
I'm just saying they are doing just as much, but they don't get damned as much as black women do.
I think they very hide it well. I'm just going to be honest. Your most typical white boy, if he's with a white girl, that white girl did some things. She didn't went through jungle fever at some point. I mean, I think that's
they
I think they
fantasize
just
both
hide it
ways.
well.
I understand
I just think
that.
they hide it well. That's just all. It's just
So
me.
Queso,
Yeah,
what were you about to say, Queso?
Well, I was gonna say I just disagree with the fact that they don't get pushback on it or they're not down for it. They definitely are.
Yeah,
Like that's
Jungle
like
fever.
I'll be honest. Like
Jungle fever.
Like the main thing is men don't mostly in general. I'm not saying all men, but I think men generally don't really accept that behavior as a acceptable behavior to get married to, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Absolutely.
I have a very diverse group of friends, and I'm telling you, they talk about it. They're having the same issues we're having in their community.
Yes, I think men universally believe that is like everybody will sleep with, and it's fucked up what I'm about to say, and it's probably a contradiction. Every man will probably, and not all men, but most men will sleep with a hoe. Most of them ain't married. I know that sounds fucked up as it sounds, but what you don't know is you probably married to a hoe. Not y'all, but some people are married to a hoe.
Would you say most married men what?
I just say most men. I said that Queso's about to beat me up. Calm down. I said, okay. I said like most don't even know that. You probably don't even know that. You probably don't even know that your wife is a hoe. Not saying yours, but I'm just saying like most.
No, I thought you said something else.
Yeah, you said something else.
I say just most. No, I was saying that most people don't even know that they're probably married to a hoe because that's why white women can get away with it because they don't shame each other because most of the time they don't even know. Their husband don't even know. Think about it. On Malcolm X movie with Spike Lee, I think Denzel asked, he said, well, how would your parents feel if you know you was over here feeding a black man or over here sucking on a black man's feet? Then you see farther on that movie, she was married to a white guy, and you could tell that white guy probably didn't know that she was over there sucking on Malcolm X's toes. I'm just saying, I just think that they just hide it well. This is me. They just hide it well, and I think universal most women just know how to hide it well.
Dang thing. They do not hide. White women do not hide their sexual stuff. Not all the time. I won't say that they don't. I'm just saying that it's not deemed so bad like they're unworthy to be married because they do get married.
So you telling me you met a white guy that
said even with the history, they get married.
Go ahead, Sir Hill.
The first part of what Sean said was correct. The second part is no. Men beyond color, we have a lot of the same things. We will bang somebody we won't marry. That's what
I was saying. Most men will fuck the hoe. We won't marry.
If you think about why the rail
I got lost.
Started, the rail pill community started because of this. They didn't hide it, and then men they understood what was going on, and this is why this whole explosion of the rail pill community even exists. It started with a lot of the white guys, being married and then being taken through the court systems and then being raped, for child support and stuff. So. It's not that they hide it. Is that a lot of us men, we don't have time to investigate wives because we're at our companies running them and we're working. And so it takes something else for us to find out. That's what it was. So they weren't hiding it. It is that
trust me, white guys had Jodies in their community. They had Jodies in their community. They just didn't know about it.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So guys,
the black community is different because we don't have that dominance. And so it affects us at a greater scale because we're trying to come up. And these behaviors, we can't afford them at this point. So it's a little different in our context because we have to get to a place where our marriage rate is more than our divorce rate. So we can't really compare ourselves to a different community because we're still trying to ascend. And us not marrying is not helping that cause. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Okay. And so I agree with you guys. Everybody, man, has some great points. And so for the last question of the night, I think we talked about this a little bit last week, Sir Hale, when you were on Friday with Lance and I. We talked about this, but I want to bring the question: why do we, in our culture, invest more resources in appearances rather than our mental health? I think we was on that just a little bit earlier. We talked about it. You had said a few things about it, but we'll start with Jedi Mike.
Because I say the same thing as well as I guess it's more like let's say I'm gonna give a metaphor in terms of cleaning yourself. It's easy to change on clothes than taking a shower, and actually scrubbing dirt off of you and stuff like that because we like to We don't like to put in the work to actually do the process of investing in, or putting the time in to actually, I guess, clean or take care of ourselves. We like to do the quick, easy fix, but also when it comes with self-reflection, some things is like we like to have, facades and costumes, whatever, the mask, right? That we like to put. 'Cause we feel like the mask is what, gives us power to actually the individual. And I'll say over consistently throughout in our community sometimes that we are the most media susceptible people on the face of the planet. I would rather think, well, I'm a bigger man if I have Jordans, and I'm a bigger man instead if I invest in therapy or I invest in certain things. Like I said, these shoes not going to fit you in 20 years, but actually dealing with trauma that's going to affect you in the 20 years is a whole lot different, right? So I think that's the thing we don't not really thinking of of how can I put this? Almost short having said we want to have short term success but long term defect
Exactly.
uh instead of immediately investing into now to have a long term success rate. But I mean, and I know probably I'm butchering that, but my meaning is that investing in now so where you have a greater return later instead of getting short term satisfaction in terms of the meaningless things that's actually delaying really the actual issue of the problem. Yeah.
So we'll go to you, Lance. I mean, why do we the clothes, the shoes, the Gucci, the Prada, the Louis Vuitton, why do we invest more into that? Why would we pay $400 for a bat? Because Sir Hill's wife said something last week that was amazing.
Powerful.
She said women will spend $220 on their braids, but won't spend $140 for 4 sessions of therapy. And that was that was a drop the mic moment. We all on the show just stopped for a little bit. It was that deep, it just got quiet. And so, Lance, how do you feel when it comes to that?
It's the same reason old dude Kevin Samuels said that. He made a good point when he said that you can put what is it, a stick and a pen and a knife in the middle of a thing and like and see what y'all fight over it. But if you put a man or a job in there, which one would you fight for then? Almost always you're gonna go for the job. But I mean, honestly, we just got to a place in society in general where we even realize that there is stuff that's stopping us from being our best selves. Like we took a term like living our best lives and then like flipped it and like went deeper with it and was just like, damn, like I really can't live my best life because I can't be my best self. We just now realize the importance of mental health. 20 years ago, mental health, especially in the Black community, was just, boy, you better take that to God. Like, and that was it. And it's like, no, even if you believe in God, he tells you to do your own work, like to dig inside your own self. So it's really like it's really just a point where it's one of the reasons why I said in the beginning, like I'm loving our culture right now. I'm loving the fact that we have all these Black people on the dais who come from different diverse backgrounds, but we believe in some of the same core things like good mental health, sexual responsibility, and self-worth, and and being accountable. And that's not something in my lifetime that I've ever been accustomed to. I've never been accustomed to being surrounded by that or having the opportunity to go out and find people that before we even know it, even as we start talking, we see that we share those same values. So I think as a culture, this is one of the beautiful things I like about our culture, that we finally gotten to a point where we're finding our core values and we're able to discuss the things that are important. So I think that's the only reason we still will buy Jordans, because sometimes it's just a little goddamn easier to just look nice one day and not have to deal with yourself right then. But even still, we are aware that even though we put on these Jordans, or we might put on this Gucci, or we might put on this Fendi, like we still know that there is a deeper issue and we are going to work on it. It's just not today. We put that weave in our hair, but like we still know, like I know this hair doesn't make me. There was a time when a woman put weave in her hair and it made her. That was her crown. There was her glory.
Right.
And I don't think women are in that mindset today
right.
where that's them.
Right. And before we move on, to put it in more context, I wanted to basically, if I can, share this with you guys from last week. Here's Talk Hale, the lovely wife of Sir Hale, and this is her explaining the
so
therapy
nice.
and trauma that we need to deal with.
First of all,
I will speak on it from kind of like from a woman perspective.
Yes,
and I agree. I would agree with you, Black Men Unfiltered, that a lot of time things happen to us, whether it's sexual trauma, whether it's psychological trauma, whatever type of trauma it is, whatever age that it happens, that's where it sticks. I was in therapy and I had to actually go back to a time when I was 10 years old to actually deal with my abandonment issues, right? Because my mom, she was in a abusive relationship and she ended up leaving. And then when she ended up leaving, it kind of put me in a position where I'm like, I left everything. And even though at 36 years old, I still had to go back, unpack everything that was going on and deal with that 12-year-old girl. And I would have never, let me tell you something. Black women, a lot of times, we aren't taught to go to therapy. I had to learn that from a man. And Lady Hale done made a lot of money, okay? She made a lot of money. And we were having a conversation one day, and my husband said, out of all this money you done made, crafting, selling t-shirts, giving advice, all this stuff, doing these classes, you telling me you couldn't go to therapy? You couldn't go and get that yourself? And it hurt my feelings because at first I couldn't believe he was talking like that. He the man. He's supposed to be paying for that. If you see I need it, you supposed to be paying for it. But it had, when he put it on me and he put the accountability on me. See, a lot of us women, we don't have the accountability piece, right? Because we're always told that it's somebody else's fault.
Oh my God.
When he put that question on me, it offended me because how dare Sir Hale talk to me like that? But in offense, it helped me unpack and say, you need to get your stuff together, Lady Hale. I love my husband and my husband will do anything for me, but I can't make my mental space solely on him. That's not his responsibility. First of all, that's God. But
come on.
But even I don't know if y'all ever heard of the Crimson Cure. She even made a she made a point, and she said this. She said that women will spend $400 on a weave and not even $10 on their on food. We'll spend $400. I know me. Every time I go get my braids, it costs me $220. Like wearing my braids. It costs me $220. It only costs $140 for 4 weeks of therapy.
But they ain't even priced it. They don't want to pay. They ain't even priced it.
I didn't. And you're right, Brother Lance. I didn't even price it because I'm thinking it's so expensive. It's gonna be that. And some of us got insurance, so it can be covered under insurance. Yeah.
Man, woo! She killed it, bro. I mean, she came through. Man, hey, Sir Hale, tell her her boy. I had to put her out there tonight, man. so it's only right to let hubby go. Nick, go ahead, Sir Hale. Give us your mindset on the whole thing.
Hey, that was straight facts. Straight facts. Lance, what you said before was absolutely beautiful. I think what you said was spot on. Is that we don't have our value system in place, and because we don't have our value system, we find value in the things that we put on instead of the things we put in. But the hope in the banner of hope in all of this is the fact that we are having a discussion on a way different level than the generations before us. We can articulate the problem, but we have not only the intelligence to change it, we have the boldness and the audacity to say we want better. And so I think as long as we do that, buy your Jordans, buy your clothes, but just make sure that the stuff you put in your head is more valuable than the stuff you put on your body. I think once we have that in place, I think we'll be fine. It's value system. We're teaching it now, and I'm really happy about that.
All right. Well, Sean, you can go next.
Yeah, I think it was. I think primarily it was about acceptance, not wanting to seem like you have less, not and just like Lance was saying, you can visually fix yourself. That's the easy part. It's easy to do those things, but I think it's important, like Sir Hale was saying, to make sure that you are putting in work. I love how now that we're in this space where we are making it cool to talk about mental health, to making it acceptable. Like me
I
and my
agree. I
girlfriends are
agree.
Yeah.
like,
I agree.
I talk to my therapist, and I'm very open about going to therapy. I think it's so important. I started when I was actually in college. I was like, something is not right. Let
Right.
me go talk to somebody because I'm not feeling like I am my best self right now. And my parents were saying, oh,
Good night,
not my
Sir Hill.
parents.
See, Sir Hell.
Bye.
He's
Appreciate it, my
Um,
brother.
my mom stated that, like, oh, we just need Jesus, not realizing that you can have both. God gave these people gifts too. So we really need to make sure that you go to the doctor for your health. You need to definitely go to a therapist if you need, to do so. Like you need to do that. It's important. You can have both. You can have some people demonize materialistic things. I don't demonize them. Wear what you want to wear. Just make sure that you know where your true values are on the inside. I think they can coexist. You can have the Jordans and you can have the therapist. Just make sure that you are holding yourself accountable, making sure that you are doing the work and not putting blame on anybody else. Just do your work. I think individually you'll be able to show up a better person. I think we all just need to invest in ourselves, and not be scared. Sometimes it's like you're worried about somebody getting into your business, and it's not that. I think debunking some of the things behind mental health and normalizing it and making people see it as no difference from going to the doctor. Like you just going to it for a checkup, making mental health accessible because some people have insurance, some people don't. It can get expensive. But just making sure people have resources, making sure that they understand that they still, even if you go to therapy, you still have, they're not the cure. You are the solution. You are the thing that can make this thing work and change. You can get very much so better clarity by going and have someone to break down your cognitive issues that you may have. So I think that we are headed in the right direction. I will definitely instill the in with my child and stuff, and my nieces and nephews, anybody I touch, I always bring up therapy. I always talk about it. I always normalize it in my circle, and I don't make people feel bad about it or make them feel crazy or anything like that, any of those negative undertones that is associated with mental health. So I think we are going in the right direction with this generation by talking about it and um, opening those secrets. A lot of Black families have a lot of secrets, and just like breaking those things
I
and
agree.
exposing them.
yeah.
So, and
So
I
so,
agree.
Brian, what about you, man? You muted. You muted.
Muted. Mute.
Me personally, man, I like to look nice, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. So it make me feel good when you wear something nice on you, but I also invest. I also, do other things. So um I get, I can get both sides of the point where, the point where everybody was making. But from what it sounds like, for me, man, like I always keep saying, like I didn't have a traumatic childhood, like I didn't have abuse. I didn't go through a lot of things during my childhood in my home. Now, outside of my home, that's when you see some shit. You know what I'm saying? You go through things. So I went through therapy. You know what I'm saying? I took therapy. My mom, she worked for the Department of Mental Health, so she always preached therapy. Like you feel like you're losing yourself or anything like that, speak with someone. And especially the stuff I seen in my life, seeing people die in front of you, or losing a friend, or somebody committing suicide, or you know, just certain little things that happened in my life, in my years of living, that kind of traumatized me and got me, and it shaped me who I am today. You know what I'm saying? I look at things different. I look at death different. I look at, you know, life differently. So I always tell, just like Sean said, man, if you feel like you just feeling overwhelmed in the mind, or sometimes you might be anxious, it could be anxiety, or man, talk to somebody, man. Talk to a therapist. If you work somewhere, don't they give away free therapy or something? I forgot what they
EAP.
call it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, you can do that when you talk, but yeah, man, mental health is everything. Talk to somebody, you know what I mean? Talk to somebody. I still talk to my therapist, man, twice a month. You know what I mean? So to keep things in line with me, because sometimes I can lose it. You know, I got a big ego, I got pride. I don't have anger issues, but I do have uh I just got a warped sense of thinking. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I can go a little far left with shit, you know, and I gotta calm myself down.
So okay, so we'll go to you, Jedi Mike Queso, artist named Chi. Then we'll end it with Lance.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Going at I mentioned about mental health. I mentioned the Lapeef network. That for me personally, just my personal journey. That I'm like a 2-time self deletion survivor. You know, like I said, you guys can kind of get there where that goes to. Um, and just my life in the last 3 years, has just been like very, very. Parts of it been traumatic, but also parts of it been transformative, because you know I not saying I prioritize therapy, but also prioritize like something I increased in self awareness, knowing that something wasn't right, and I had a lot of hard conversation with my family about this, but also just in my inner circle, that people I was surrounding myself in, situations that weren't acknowledging that were happening, in terms of being manipulated, being uh, controlled, and kind of and being put in traumatic experiences, and not and being told that what I'm feeling is not real, or my thinking condition is not real, and especially you know in some cases also from some folks you know who are not have my certain experiences, you know, racially, whatever, certain things on at my university, whatever, they just want to understand. So therefore, when you're feeling like, oh, I have a problem, they're like, no, 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 that's not. You don't have a problem. There's nothing wrong with you. No, there is. You know, when you're having panic attacks in the middle of the night, and your roommate waking you up from almost having like a seizure or like a traumatic episode, like stuff like that, you know, and uh and like stuff like and then with that you and especially at my age you start to look at life a lot differently, just knowing that you know your mortality is much more precious than at least than we think at our age, you know, and especially with mental health, depending on your experiences, like what they go through, um and the black people, like we gotta stop this. And I'm just like I'm tired of us, you know, being in denial of this issue, and mainly because we're scared. I think because there's a fear that we don't thinking that we asking for help that we're weak, not knowing that you know we're not being supported, and also not having resources to actually benefit us from actually speaking up, saying I have a problem. So I think that uh, in terms of investing in this is that listen, you know, we don't get no sequel. There's you know, just like you know, people say you're the hero of your own story. We don't get no sequel. So be your own screenwriter and make sure you know. Doesn't mean that you can have some rewrites. Doesn't mean you know. How many times take it like a developing script for your movie, whatever. You're thinking that you know this is your ending, but really it's just your origin story. You haven't even reached the climax yet. But for you to get there, you have to know what points you are and actually take an initiative to move. You know, to move in a better position in your life and actually taking action. But yeah,
All right, and so we'll have where Queso go?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay, my
right,
bad,
right next to me.
my bad. Go ahead, Queso.
Yeah. You know, I think that Jedi Mike really highlighted the importance of our mental health, and I think it's something in society that really, and you're starting to see a shift, but you know, in past times, you really haven't highlighted the importance of it to people. I know, you know, being in my 30s, like I didn't really understand the importance of it until I got in my 30s. But you know, I think that we also society just have been kind of molded. And I like to put accountability on people, so I don't want to say that people are making us think this way, but I think we are so focused on our outer appearances. I know the question refers to appearances, but it's more than just like clothing and hair and things like that. It's even people tend to buy cars that they can't afford. We buy houses that we can't afford. We do all these things so that we can keep up with the Joneses. We do these things so that they can make us feel this temporary sense of happiness. I had me and my wife one time had a disagreement because she wanted to get a certain car, and I was just like, we're not there yet. And she was like, but we can afford the payments. And that's a whole different thing. But basically, I was telling her, we didn't need to get the thing that she wanted, and that's something that could wait down the line. And I know she wanted the car because it would look good to people. You know what I'm saying? And I think that society does that so much, and we do it so much to the point that no one does the actual work that needs to be done in order to become the best version of yourself. And that's one of the reasons I love these platforms, because they are challenging both men and women to become the best versions of themselves. Whether you disagree with how someone says something or what someone says, you can't dismiss the fact that that's the whole point of it all. Become a better man, become a better provider, become a better husband, become a better wife, become a better person. And part of becoming a better person and becoming more whole is improving on your mental health. That I don't know much about it, so I don't want to speak on it, but maybe there's different forms of that. I know there's different apps you can use. I know you can actually go visit someone, in person. There's so many different ways you can get that additional help to become the better person of yourself, so that you can be better for your community, you can be better for your marriage, you can be better for your kids, you can be better for your friends, your family, whatever. So yeah, that's my take on it.
All right, artist.
Should I ask the question? No, I'm not gonna ask the question. You know what I realized when I was growing up? I always thought the boogeyman lived under my bed. I know this kind of sounds like a movie, but it's like I used to believe that the boogeyman, like I really did used to believe that. And that's what kind of made me go to therapy when I was 28 years old, because the boogeyman was almost my reason, was my excuse. Like he was always my excuse. Like, well, it's the boogeyman's fault why I'm scared. It's the boogeyman's fault why I won't go in the dark. It's the boogeyman's fault that I won't look in the mirror. Like one thing I learned about all the scary movies, I watched a lot of movies, guys. I'm sorry, I'm a movie.
Yeah, I know. Me too. I'm a movie guy.
We're always scared. We're always scared because it's like I don't want to do that because I don't want to go outside. I don't want to say the Candyman's name because I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. And what I realized, no matter what trauma we go through, we're the boogeyman. Like I was the boogeyman. Like I had to start questioning myself. Like, hold on, fam. You say you're this type of person, but you're doing this. You say that you having sex with these women, saying that you love them and telling them to marry you, but it's like you're not ready for that. But I was like, well, they should have never let me do it. No, I should have been more smarter. And I think the reason why that we put more investment into our appearance because it's the boogeyman. The boogeyman needs to be covered up. Well, this is why I'm like that because America fucked us over, or the reason why I spend money on hair is because it makes me feel better. But I will also too, because I was an athlete and I grew up in the Dion era, and it did used to make you, if you dress good, you play good. If you play good, you get paid good. You pay good, they feed you. I mean, you get fed good. So yada yada yada. So sometimes I can understand why a quick little fix can change your whole mood. Now, Miss Sean, I don't know if your husband got his hair cut, but when he gets a line up in the edge after 2 or 3 weeks of working hard, you can't tell me that one little lineup, if he has a beard, it doesn't just change not your perception of him, but it's like, okay.
That's a good point.
I'm gonna gas him up no matter what. Okay, he can be looking rough. I'm still gonna gas that man up. Okay, I'm gonna gas that.
I'm okay with people doing little quick. I'm okay with people doing quick little fixer upper just to get the job done, just for now. As long as you just not doing quick fixer upper every time. Like sometimes we ain't gonna. Sometimes I don't feel like we're gonna always have the tool. Some people may not have the money to go to therapy, but I think to me, if you can say, man, you know what? Let me look myself in the mirror. I'm the fucking problem. I'm the reason why society looks at black men like this. Like, and so I look at it as when you stop address. I mean, when we started putting more investments into our mental health, that's when the boogeyman has no power. Candyman don't have no power if we don't say his name. But it's an escape from reality. So that's how I look at it. This is me personally.
Hey, you gotta chill. You already said his name like 3 times.
Three
bro.
times, man. We got, but no, dude,
I'm
no,
just
you're
gonna
right.
throw this movie. I'm just gonna throw this out, and I ain't trying to get off track. But the new Candyman was trash. I'm just gonna throw that out.
No. Yeah, I stay on you on that one.
Saying it though.
No, but no, I'm the movie guy. I just want not to go into Lance. We had to say anyone else move the panel, but no, as a movie person, as a kid, you watched The Exorcist when you were 7 years old. Think that'll mess you up? Nah,
No.
man.
I don't
Let me
watch
tell you.
anything like.
Ooh, maybe we need to start a movie panel.
Yeah, I'll do no.
Boy,
Yeah,
y'all
that's what I do my
motherfucking
channel.
do that.
I'll do my channel. Yeah.
Man, I love movies, man.
Me too, bro.
AMC, you get 3 free movies. Oh,
Yeah,
we
3
can
free
charge
movies.
you.
Yeah,
I'm a rewards joint, bro. I'm in there.
This is what I say. I know a lot of times we say don't follow celebrities. They used to say that art is a reflection of life. I really believe that life is a reflection of art. Like the way media moves, that's how we move as Black people. I know a lot of us say that don't follow celebrities. Well, we don't follow them. They kind of set the trend and we follow it. Not all of us, but sometimes we do subscribe to it.
You know, I really feel like Black people, they are the trend. We set the standards.
Mm-hmm.
We move the culture. We just don't own it. Like we just don't own it or have the capability.
Y'all hear that? Hold on, Sean. Miss Sean.
So,
y'all hear what she just said? Say it one more. Sean, I have agreed with you mostly all motherfucking night. But baby girl, say that again, because I said that earlier. I'm just motherfucking agree.
We do. Like everything that is popular is because of indigenous people, Black people. Those things are wrapped up, repackaged, and then sold. But we don't always own it. So if we start back owning our stuff, because people will steal it. They'll steal our ideas, steal our creativity, make it their own. But that's a whole nother topic. I don't think that's the topic we on.
Because look at TV shows. Like, just kind of look at TV shows. Like, look at like Good Times and the Jeffersons and all that back in the 70s and how it moved. Even in the 90s, when there was single mother, there still was somewhat, like you look at Martin. Like, Martin never once cheated on Gina. They were average. They were normal.
That teacher, you remember that episode of that teacher? She
No. She came back.
With the Vaseline.
She came back. No, she came back. She said, I got to thinking. She said, you said you didn't know me, but you said my name. She started thinking, say, now I'm about to kick your ass. But just looking at that, like look at Love, like Parenthood with Robert Towns, R.P. The lady, she actually died. She played on Jason Lyric, the mama that played the Jason Lyric. But you look at those shows, but you look at today's shows, it's like I really feel like we follow art and we don't make the art no more. We kind of follow the art that's kind of been given us. So I agree with you. They have hijacked our media outlets. Like because at one point, Black exploits was kind of controlled by us. It was controlled by us. So we put out what we wanted to see. When the white man recognized that, I'm not about to go down that whole list because we all know that bullshit. But I'm just saying I agree.
Yeah, that's gonna start a whole nother thing, man.
Because I'm just saying, but Candyman's trash.
Yeah,
no, that recent one, I'm not gonna get into it, but it's the fact that the ending, like they made him into more of like a superhero for Black people, but yet they still kill him. Like it.
One question.
Hold
on,
Dwayne.
One question. Hey, Jedi, one question.
Yeah.
And I heard somebody say this when I drive Uber. I'm a photographer, but I also drive Uber. I heard somebody say, "What if Candyman was never his name?" And it blew my mind because I'm like, well, yeah, because technically he ended up messing with the slave master's daughter or something like that, and they tarred and feathered him, and he ended up becoming Candyman. That's why he gets mad, because we're calling him a name that he's not named. That's the only thing I realized with this movie, that it kind of tied in. Like, okay, you're right. He gets agitated because that's not his name. We never know the man's actual name in the story, in the origin of the story. That's the only thing. My bad, guys.
That's why it's important for us to look into our genealogies. To me, I think it's good to look back.
I agree, Sean. You started to come on at the end because I was trying to tell these Negroes. They said, "Why does it matter?"
I think it's
let me say this. It's for me. It's not necessarily like it doesn't matter, but when we're talking about excelling and doing better and just moving ahead in society, sometimes I get tired of the same conversation of talking about our past, because we've been talking about it for so long. And I think it's good, and I think it's important to understand that. But I think there's other things that are more important in order to move forward. I don't think finding out exactly where I'm from in Africa helps move my community forward. It's good. It's important to have that history to pass down to our kids, and I'm not negating that. But when I make a statement like our culture needs to change, I hate when someone goes,
"Sorry,
yeah, our culture needs to change, but where did we come from?" And it's just like, all right, I get it, and I'm not trying to dismiss it, but it's some things just need to be.
Let me say this.
Okay, so I'll let the
go
lady
ahead.
go
Okay,
first. No, go because I gotta ask this question, Kate. Oh.
Go ahead,
Sean.
Ask the question, bro.
It's gonna be quick.
Be off.
I would say
We see
because
you, Jedi.
not knowing your lineage is detrimental to your growth moving forward. I think when you understand where you come from, even if it's the littlest of things, there's a connection there. When I met my father, I understood so many different things about my personality, why I moved the way I moved. Mm-hmm. Maybe sometimes we're not working in our like purpose. I'm gonna get a little, we're not working in our purpose because we're going based off of what we know, but not the roots. Like sometimes it's good to know your roots, just so you may know that. To me, knowing about the food we eat or about historical things or like tribes or what they did or how they maneuvered or how they overcame certain things, like to me, I love history. So like knowing those things, not saying it's like a duality to it. Like you got to know, to me, it's important to know where you come from, and it's perfectly okay to be in the present. Like you can do both. And so I think
I agree with when you say it's important to find that out. What I don't agree is is when you first said, if I don't find that out, that is detrimental to my growth.
It can be. Not to say all the time.
How so?
You never know. You never know what effect it can have on your growth. Because like my father was an asshole and a son of a bitch.
Right, I mean,
but even though I know he loved me, but I found out that just like me, he had been molested and raped when he was a kid. And I also found out that his mother didn't love him like at all. Like
so
he was one out of like 12 kids.
About, I think it's, I'm not only looking at trauma, I'm also looking at achievements.
Yes.
So when I look at it is the reason why I feel like it's important. One thing the white man has did to me is hijack history, because that is to me is the most powerful, more important than algebra, science, because when you know where you come from, you know where you're not going to end up. And also too, when you look at COINTELPRO, we all know what COINTELPRO, so I'm not going to go into deep into it. To me, when you look at why some of our solutions didn't work or it got infiltrated, it's because, when I take that out, I'm getting crossed on. The reason why I have to study that, because I don't make the same mistake. The reason why, y'all ask those, hey, what do we tell our kids? Well, I'm going to tell you from my perspective, hey, this is why you shouldn't do that, but you got to be accountable. I think if we're talking about Black under umbrella, whether you gay, married, single, Black woman, Black man, asexual, Christian, I feel like Black should be an umbrella for all of us. But in order to get that, we have to identify what Black is and why is that always going to be first. And also understanding where did we come from. I hate when people say Aboriginals and Israelites and like, what the fuck does that shit matter? Let's try to identify this one common fucking thing.
I mean, but we are that. We are. That's the thing. That culture is us. For some of us.
But Lance. I hate when, to me, thing is like, doesn't matter. Like, if I have this one friend, he tried to subscribe to that whole Aboriginal stuff and try to become a non-US citizen while living in America. And I'm like, you still basing that off a treaty and you have to go back and some bull, whatever thing. And I'm like, at the end of the day, they still look at you as Black. When they see me, they see Black. When they see Miss Shawn, she see Black first. Then they identify our gender. So with that being said, I also want to look at the fundamentals of what's good about us and what stopped the movement back in the day. I feel like that's because
that was just white people. That was a racially motivated. We were free labor. Do you understand? They built a country out of this. Would have did anything. They would have did anything.
Let's go before slavery.
Let me interrupt real quick, if I can. So if you guys want to go see it, I think it's on Hulu. I don't know where I watched it. I watch so much stuff. Yeah. But Samuel L. Jackson has a documentary on him finding his lineage. And he went to the actual village. It was somewhere in Africa. He went to the village. And when I tell you that the connection, when he got there, The people greeted him. They took him in. They bathed him in this stuff that the tribes bathe in. And then after that, they took him to the huts and the places where the battlefields where they fought.
Powerful.
And one of his great grandfathers, they say you are the bloodline of this guy, and they gave Samuel L. Jackson the you know how they keep the stuff from the war and all this stuff, how they keep it and preserve it. They gave him the battle axe, they gave him the shield, they gave him the stuff that was from the battlefield and said, hey, this is your ancestors fought with these weapons. And and they cased it up for him and gave it to him, and he just cried like a damn baby. Bro, it just changed everything about him, bro. Like
I never seen him do like that ever. It was moving.
Yeah, it was, man. Oh my God, bro.
So I think let me just clarify what I mean.
Yeah.
So when I say I'm not saying it's not important. Right. I want to make sure you guys understand. I do think it's important. Cool. I understand the power in it as far as having that connection. What I am saying is we've been having this conversation for decades about what has happened to us, where we've come from. And I'm saying if we don't know exactly where we come from, right? I'm saying that is not a roadblock to us still progressing today. And I'm also saying that I'm tired of us talking about our history over and over and over and over again because it doesn't add anything. We already know, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes when you're like, yo, we got to do better with our culture in this sense, and someone's like, yeah, but white supremacy, and it's just like, all right, man, like we can't keep going back to that. That's what I'm saying.
One question, Queso, and I'm a question to ask kind of person.
No, it's fine.
When you go work a new job and you go through the onboarding process, don't they always go back and tell you the history of the job? For some reason, I don't get why but they always do that, right or wrong. Do they do that?
Yeah.
The history of a company.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And I never, that's why I feel like it, to me, I get where you say it should not.
But I never remember that joint.
I know you don't remember.
And I still move up in the company.
But at the end of the day, they still do it. Why do they have deep history classes in college? And basically all they're doing is expanding on shit we learned in second grade.
Yeah, but you're now you're making
I think that depends
that
on the person whether it has value. That depends on the person whether it has value. You decide whether that's a hindrance.
As an individual.
And I do think there's value
as an umbrella of black people.
I'm gonna check out that Sam Jack joint. That Sam.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it as an umbrella as a black person, as a thing. Samuel Jackson's a better actor than Denzel. Just throw that out there.
Whoa.
We might have to debate,
Hold on. One second. I'm gonna ask y'all one question. Do you think Denzel could play that?
I don't
disagree on Jungle
with you,
Fever?
though. I really don't.
Do you think that Denzel could play the crackhead that Samuel Jackson played on Jungle Fever? Yes or no?
Okay. Do you think Samuel Jackson could play?
He can play any movie outside of no. Listen. He can play any movie outside of he can play Training Day outside of Remember the Titans. No, because he played the Coast on Coast Carter.
No, it's not the same. Wait, he can't play John Q. He can't be John Q.
We ain't gonna come to agreement with this. We ain't gonna come to agreement with this.
We're gonna agree to disagree. We're gonna agree to disagree. I really feel like
Samuel Jackson as John Q. Like that joke does not work.
Denzel doesn't change.
John Q was it.
Like every character becomes
like this. What's your top 3 movies? What do you think? What is your top 3 movies?
Who?
What are your top 3 movies by Denzel?
Oh my God, I can't even. Ooh.
I'm gonna say Training Day, Mo Better
Blue Dress. Malcolm X and
Samuel Jackson could not play Malcolm X.
No, what you talking about? I thought we were talking about Samuel Jackson. My bad. Samuel Jackson.
Freaking Denzel.
Lakeview
Terrace. Man, Sam Jackson could not play the Equalizer.
Bro, hold on, time out.
No, it's not gonna happen.
Denzel characters. Why do Malcolm X and Frank Lucas sound the same? Come on, dude. American Gangsters, they sound just alike. Stop playing with your boy.
Hey, bro,
Stop playing with your boy.
Because Denzel was kind of smooth in that role. And Samuel Jackson doesn't have that smooth.
Right, he don't have
that gear, bro. He can't do it.
And one of my favorite lines from John Q is, "My son, I will not bury my son. My son will bury me."
You can't do.
I'm sorry, artists. I really do feel like Denzel.
And there you go, Jedi.
He makes every.
You know what I'm saying?
He makes everybody him. Like he doesn't transform.
Manchurian candidate.
Denzel doesn't
Manchurian
See,
candidate.
now listen. Okay, let me tell you this.
No,
I'm gonna stop this. I'm gonna let's talk about this.
Miss me with that.
Stop.
I hated that movie.
Listen,
I
I'm gonna tell you
hated
this
that movie
here.
with Denzel.
Denzel doesn't
Remember that scene?
transform.
Remember
He
that
doesn't.
scene?
So hold on. What's talking about? So y'all saying that Samuel. See, the one thing about Samuel, he can embody a role and adapt, and he can change. Denzel, all his character accents. Think about it. Mo Better Blue.
Samuel L. Jackson, he just be switching costumes. That's the strongest character trait in Samuel L. Jackson movies. This costume. He comes with a motherfucking white wig and he Jinsu Samurai Jack all of a sudden.
America, Obama and Denzel. Denzel is a great a great actor. But I'm sorry, all his characters seem the same. Because John Q sounds just like the merchant candidate. The merchant candidate. What was the movie he did with the white boy where it's a virus and he had to end in the virus? He was like a the virus was he had all these psycho killers. He had all these psycho killers in his head.
The Bone Collector.
No, not the Bone Collector. It came out in the 90s. So Denzel was in jail because he accidentally killed his wife. But they had this killer. They made this virus in the computer, and he simulated all the.
Lawnmower Man.
That's what it's called.
Wasn't that Lawnmower Man?
No.
But besides the point, that character acts just like he got game. I'm sorry, y'all can miss me with that boob.
No, listen. No.
Look, Django. Jungle Fever. Whatever. Hello. Don't forget about Time to Kill. Yes, I did, and I do it again. Y'all can miss me with that bullshit.
Bro, Samuel Jackson is the same character in every movie. The same yelling, the same effort.
Do it again. Ain't no motherfucking mistakes on this goddamn plane.
I'm not saying Samuel don't show up.
I'm gonna tell you this too, but listen, I'm gonna tell you this. Listen, as a movie guy, there's one thing about dramatic acting that conveying to the audience. One thing, Samuel Jackson is a good character actor. He's a good character actor, right? But with Denzel, I'm gonna go back to one scene with Equalizer when he was talking to a Russian, right? He already killed one of his boys and all this stuff. He said, "Listen, I'm gonna give you the same deal. I'm gonna give to them, right? And my missed opportunity. I only get to kill you once, right?" And he's like, "What do you see when you look at me?" And guess what? He took the blade glasses, he put in the dude's drink, and just left. Come on.
I will say this: Denzel plays a better biopics because he kind of favors he looks like the average black guy he plays. Denzel's best movie to me, and no one wants to give it down, is Hurricane. The beginning of that movie may have been top 3, top 5, top 10.
No,
when them guards was coming in, he was like, "Send them in."
Not like Fences.
Hurricane's probably his best movie.
Not like Fences.
American Gangster.
Not like Fences. Fences, come on, man.
Fences, I got the point of the movie.
I've been saying
this. But Fences was an amazing
play.
I
got to
like could have been amazing.
Samuel L. Jackson could not play that part.
Yes,
yeah, the goddamn mama. I mean, Samuel would have just cussed through the whole movie.
What you gonna do?
Dog, from Pulp Fiction to anything he's done, he's the Sam Jackson.
You know, we need to give more credit to is Wesley Snipes. Wesley Snipes plays great movies.
Absolutely not.
No. When you listen,
you off your rocker, bro.
Listen to me, Lance. Listen. New Jack City. You would think Wesley Snipes acts nothing like Nino Brown. And he said he had think about it, at that time, he had no references to how a black gangster would be at that time.
Now, hold on.
New Jack City is probably one of the greatest gangster black movies of all time.
You know they didn't consider Wesley Snipes for that role at first. He got lucky.
Lucky.
Martin Lawrence was supposed to be Nino Brown, and he turned it down to go do a sitcom.
But you do realize every scene on New Jack City with Wesley Snipes is a memorable line.
And thank you, screenwriter.
Hey, but you know what though? And another movie that
tell me I'm wrong.
Flight.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can. Another movie is Flight.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
Flight was born. Flight was born.
Oh, man.
And by the way, the Denzel, he got snubbed for that Oscar for Fences. Gave that to Cassie Affleck for that BS. No. That year. Nah.
Also,
and you saw him, and he was sitting in the audience with his wife. He just sitting there, just No, he didn't get the Oscar. Nah, I was feeling that. That was he got snubbed for
I'm
that
sorry,
one.
my top three in a row: Sidney Poitier, Forrest Whitaker, Denzel Washington. That's it.
Forrest Whitaker is pretty amazing.
He's a good actor. I like him as an actor.
He plays the hell out of the Godfather.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
My phone. Y'all sounds.
Can you imagine Samuel Jackson in the Book of Eli, bro?
No.
I mean,
that sounds delayed.
I forgot about that.
That's your phone, I think, bro.
So like your argument is putting any middle-aged man, any icon for black actors to put him in that same role. You can't put Lawrence Fishburne in that shit. You can't put Morgan Freeman in that shit. It's a whole thing. I can keep going.
Yeah, you're right. Denzel on a whole nother level, bro. He's just on a whole nother level. Shit,
and his son is gonna follow him. The son might, he's doing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Look how God stopped artists. Look how
his
God intervened and stopped
his
artists.
son is, oh my God. His son,
No.
The thing with his son is he's a reflection of his dad, and his voice is just like his dad's. If you hear his son talk with your eyes closed, you'll say, "Oh, damn, what Denzel movie?"
Yeah.
Let me see how Denzel's son.
Yeah, he's been in Tenet. He's been in Tenet.
I'm looking forward to Jonathan Majors. That's what I'm looking for.
Jonathan Majors. Don't get back on him. He's coming up too.
Yeah.
And also the dude, what's his name? Candyman, Yaha, my dude, my teen. That dude is killing it too. He playing Black Manta and all that. Yeah,
them.
Dr. Manhattan.
Like after what Chadwick, because Chadwick, I thought he was gonna be the next
man.
Oh yeah.
So I'm definitely looking forward to like Jonathan Majors and the.
But Jonathan Majors killing it.
Yo, Chadwick, man, don't get me started, bro. He was like,
did you guys watch his last movie on Netflix?
Yes.
No, I didn't watch it.
Oh my God, the
it's
conversation
powerful.
that he has in there with God, where he's talking to God about his mom being raped. Oh my God, bro!
I gotta check that out.
He should get an Oscar, bro. If he don't get it,
No, he gave it to Anthony Hopkins instead. It didn't show up for the Oscar.
Oh my God, bro!
Okay, don't do Sir Anthony Hopkins like that. Like he can't act his ass off though.
No. I'm saying for the way. Okay, first of all, 2020 or the 2021 Oscars. When they came in, they basically saved the last award for Best Actor. Knowingly, everyone's waiting. Yeah, you're gonna give this to Chadwick Boseman, and they gave it to Anthony Hopkins, and he didn't even show up for that. That was a diss. That was a huge diss.
It was fucked up, but
I'm not dissing Sir Anthony Hopkins. Come on. Hello, Clarice.
Hello, Clarice.
He been kind of, he kind of doing his own.
You talking about Dan Kaluuya, the dude that played him Get Out?
What?
No.
My bad. I thought he said the guy that was opposite of him. He won the best supporting actor on.
He did. But no, I'm just saying Chadwick was going.
You know what?
Anthony Hopkins got the.
You know what's heartbreaking, guys? When Chadwick, they showed several videos of Chadwick during his cancer after everybody found out he passed away. They did several videos, and he was at a Marvel shoot, and he was falling asleep in the chair, like falling over.
Yeah, no,
and the director was waking him up, like, "You good?" He's like,
Paul Bettany. It was Paul Bettany who was playing the Vision. He tapped him on the shoulder.
Yeah, and they was like looking at it. Then, like, even on set, like they showed him in the uniform or whatever, he was like leaned over on a tree, like, and it was like, "You good?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm just tired from running. I'm just tired." But he was going through chemotherapy the whole time. Nobody knew nothing.
I don't know if I want to see that.
And so
I got a question.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. 9 Bloods, the movie came out on Netflix. The people in the movie, they said they were massaging his hands and massaging his back during the cuts in the scenes or whatever. And they say it was, he's too bougie and he just doing that
they
because
called him Crack Panther.
The movie Black Panther went to his head. Oh, he's over there getting his feet rubbed every time we take a break. And they did not know that his wife was massaging him because of the chemotherapy. And his body was weak and she was trying to keep him energetic to finish the movie. And so after he died, those people felt like shit, bro.
Yeah.
And the guy admitted it. He cried. He was like, "I did not know he had cancer. I apologize. I'm so sorry." And I mean, he just went into tears, bro. Chadwick, man, that's a strong man to film all those movies while you're dying.
And not even tell him. He didn't tell him. He didn't tell Kevin Feige.
I mean, what else you gonna do when you got there? Like, you gonna do what you love, and he wanted to work.
He had cancer.
Oh, he had it since after Civil War. He got diagnosed around 2016, 2017. So he had it when Black Panther came out. He had it both
can I interject the question? Can I interject a good question?
Right.
What if Marvel knew that he had it and they knew
They
because
didn't.
of his death would propel the movie even more? It's almost like, you know, when you don't think that?
No, they didn't,
Little
because
bit.
this what
Bro, he
happened.
kept
This
that
is what
joke
they're
from
gonna do.
everybody.
Look, I know I'm a Marvel. Don't get me on that shit. No,
Yeah,
I
don't get
know
me
it.
started on that shit.
No, listen, no. I'm gonna tell you this what they were gonna do, because for the sequel, they had to rewrite the whole damn script. What they were trying to do was that they were trying to set up. They were gonna plan on doing a Black Panther versus Namor, and they were gonna have the Wakanda and Atlantean War, and Namor might still be in it. But the whole thing was they're gonna bring in Storm.
Storm.
They got the rights to the
I would say don't
X-Men.
bring Beyonce as Storm. The
No,
girl
they should
that
got
played-
It's
Lupita.
gonna be Halle Berry forever.
Oh, Lupita would
They
have
bet
been
not.
Lupita, no,
Beyonce-
they cast
I see
Lupita as
the
not
girl
good.
that played
She
in
should have
Days
been
Future.
Storm.
Beyonce is a horrible actor, bro. Oh,
She
my
is.
God.
Oh my God! It
One
makes
good
me
movie. She
feel
played
so
one good movie. She
bad
was
for
in Carmen
her.
Electra movie with Macaw Pfeiffer.
I'm sorry, guys. My sister, she's a Beyonce diehard fan, so I'm sorry, Sean.
No,
I love
that
her
movie.
too.
I
I
know
got all
her
that.
voice.
Damn, you cannot act, my dude. She
I
cannot
just
act
no
at
voiceovers,
all.
no nothing. Just
I thought she was decent in
perform.
Cadillac Records. She was all right.
No,
Hey,
what
you
was
know
that
what?
movie
Take
she
that
was
back.
in?
You're
Was
right.
it
She did do a good
with
job.
Idris
When she
Elba?
was on that ground, sick, and the Gabrielle Union had to help her. She actually did a good job. I'll give you that. My bad, bro. She
No.
did a good job. But
She
rest
was
of the
with
movie's
that.
trash. Fight Temptation was trash. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
It was. It was a bunch.
No.
It was a bunch of good names and a really just hour bad worth of nothing.
I feel like America be like, if we can't find nobody, throw Beyonce in there. I'm like, man, that's
That's
nepotism
the
at its
Lion
finest.
King. That's what they would. No, voice of Nala.
I think she did a good job as Nala. I think she did a good job as
so
Nala.
mad.
I don't think so.
I never saw it.
I
It's
didn't
not.
either.
I
And she
watched
bet they may not
everything.
ever
I
get
don't
her no
care how bad
adaptation
it
of
is.
Pocahontas. I swear to God, I'm killing her and her whole crew. When she
What?
ever step on Pocahontas toes.
So, I'm glad you brought up Pocahontas. I'm a big Disney person too. Because Disney and Marvel are cousins. So they are doing a remake of Pocahontas, a live
I'm
version.
waiting
Yes, they
for
are.
it. That was my movie.
You would not
I'm in
believe
there.
who they have gotten to play Pocahontas.
I'm gonna go with the Jonas Brothers.
Zoe Zalanda.
Zoe Saldana, okay. Zoe Saldana. She did Avatar, didn't she?
Yes.
Are you
She
sure?
did.
Is that confirmed?
her.
She did good at Avatar.
She is trash. Hell no.
Oh, are you serious?
Colombiana?
Colombiana was a good movie. I enjoyed
Did y'all
it.
see?
Colombiana
Did y'all
is
not see that? Did y'all see that Nina Simone movie? Oh my God, that
She
movie
shouldn't
was
have never
trash.
did that.
And she should have
She
never
shouldn't have
done
never
that.
did
And I
that.
blame
She
them.
shouldn't
And
have
this
did
is
that
why I
one,
hate
but
white
okay. never did
producers.
that.
Because these are the
Yeah,
same
okay,
white
our
producers
bad
that go
one.
get Flex Washington to play Michael Jackson. That shit was trash.
Okay, I mean Denzel did Flight, so I mean, you know.
I mean, everybody's good for a bad one. He played that movie Romeo Esquire. Oh yeah, y'all didn't talk about that trash ass movie, Romeo Esquire.
I think that dude that watched the movie, the best one though, seriously, that really brought everybody together, man, was that damn Remember the Titans, bro. Like it's just on a whole nother level.
Attitude reflects leadership. That's the biggest line I take from that movie.
My pastor was on that team in real life.
And guess what?
Really? Wow.
Yeah. He talks about it all the time. You're like,
what? What'd you say?
When Coach Yost had him in the hallway, and he was like, "Man," he said, "I'm not intimidated by nobody." He said, "When my head,
I don't scratch my head unless it itches. I don't dance unless I hear music. I'm intimidated."
Yeah, I love
He said,
it.
"I'm sorry about your daughter, but welcome to my life, Coach Yokes." That nigga told him, "I'm cooking my grits."
Brown.
Hey, better question: which movie was better for the Black experience in the '90s? Boys in the Hood or Menace to Society? It depicted the '90s in the hood.
Oh Lord, Menace to Society, unfortunately.
I say Menace to Society. I was arguing with somebody the other day, and they were trying to say that
Ricky.
Nah, Menace to Society was the best movie.
That was because Menace to Society, like that was a movie when I watched and I didn't grow up in the hood. Like we had moved out before then, but when I was watching it with my brothers and my sisters and my cousins, they was like, yeah, that's and I was just like, really? Like that's just that was how it was. I was like, damn, just blasting fools just for no reason. Just because the trigger felt good again. God damn. Yeah, the Menace to Society tripped me out.
But
that was revolutionary for me.
So what about these two? I think I could put them in the same category together. Roots and 12 Years a Slave.
Roots.
12 Years.
Bro, Roots is so detailed, bro. My dad made me watch
Yo,
that when I was a
I read
kid.
my mom read the book, and wrote a whole paper on that mess.
Roots was the best movie. 12 Years Slave. He was still, to me, he didn't care about slavery. He just wanted to get out of slavery. He was still a bourgeoisie. To me, that's me.
The only thing I'll say about 12 Years a Slave that I would give a little bit more credit than Roots to is I like the graphicness, bro.
Yeah, it's more graphic.
Things in perspective of, like, you know what I'm saying, bro? When the girl, when Lupita, oh my gosh, that scene is crazy, bro. Yeah. And she's just taking it, and it's so long. They intentionally made that scene as long as it was.
I'll say this: today's better black actresses, and I know y'all gonna say I'm fucked up, but I think today's black actresses are better than the 90s. Halle Berry, best movies were in the 90s, black movies. But when she started crossover doing Catwoman, she was trash. Monster Ball, she did a decent job. But the chick that played on Candyman,
Tiana Paris,
her. Then what's her name?
I like her.
Shumpert. She played Michelle Obama on The South Side of You, or some the movie about Obama.
South Side Chicago.
I will say this: today's black actresses that's in the cinema side of the game, they to me are better actresses than back in the day. Because Vivian Fox was not a good actress to me.
No. You talking about no. You talking about no. Listen, there's
genre too.
Listen. No. You have Crisco, and then you have Great Value. You're talking about the Great Value actresses. We want to talk about the Crisco actresses.
Because Angela Bassett is
Angela Bassett. We want to talk about Whoopi Goldberg. We want to talk about Viola Davis. We want to talk about the upper echelon. We don't want to talk about
Viola Davis didn't pop off into this century. No. Name one movie from the 90s that Viola Davis played in.
I forgot about Cicely. Cicely still acting her ass off. She's like 140 years old. Still acting her ass off.
She acting for the Lord now. She gone.
Nah, man, I'm sorry. Viola Davis didn't get an actress job until this side of the history.
No, don't say that. Cicely, we just did motherfucking.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, I did know that. I knew that. I forgot.
No. Yeah, she been gone.
Journey is not too bad. Journey been acting for a long time.
Journey Smollett. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, man. She
is the prime example of a good actress from young, especially when she played on Eve Bayou.
But wait a minute. So what is Megan Good fall?
But that's a different genre. Like she's with Vivica. Vivica, Megan Good.
Samuel Jackson was in that movie. Tell me he did not make that damn movie.
He was in the movie when he was sleeping with the woman, and then she was watching it.
But he was still just a character. He's such a character actor. It's not that Samuel Jackson ain't good. He's just a character actor.
You know who else?
But it's just not.
Guys,
it's
have
not
you
like
guys
super
seen?
believable.
Oh, Lynn Whitfield can get all my money.
Lynn Whitfield is amazing.
Lynn Whitfield was fine as hell.
Oh my god!
Thin line between love and hate.
Oh my god!
Fine as hell.
Oh, she's fine. But have y'all seen the Samuel Jackson movie called The Samaritan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he ended up having sex with his own
Loretta Devine.
Car accident.
Don't count her out. She being serious close too.
When he ended up having sex with, no, not that one. I think what's the one when he ended up dating this girl, and he ended up having, and then he found out she was his daughter. Oh, what's the name of the damn movie? Like he fell in love. He got out of jail, fell in love with this little young girl that worked at the little place or whatever. He's in jail for like 25.
Black Snake Moan?
No. He fell in love with this girl.
And
they started having sex or whatever and fell in love with each other. And he was like, we're going to go run away. I got some money buried. These people were trying to kill him. And the dude was like, you know what? All these years, you fucked me out of my family, my job, my dope game. He said, I got something for you. The lady that you're in love with, the girl that you're in love with is your goddamn daughter. And he was having sex with his daughter the whole time, bro. Oh, what's the name?
Samuel Jackson?
I need to watch this. I need to watch this. I was like,
I got BT at night.
At the end of the movie, he sent her off. At the end of the movie, he sent her off and said, we can't be together. He never told her he was her dad. He was like, I'm gonna send you off. Here's the money. He gave her all the
Blues
money.
Brothers with Bernie Mac. I know what you're talking about. Blues Brothers. That's what Bernie Mac.
Soul Man? What are you
not Blues Brothers? Soul Man.
That's not
No.
Because he thought
that's a whole comedy.
No, no.
No, that's not it. This is like a
that is because you remember he got mad at Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac got mad at him for smashing his daughter.
No, that's not
he
it.
Wasn't smashing her.
Hey, while he's finding that, better question, guys. What's the better batch of movie with 4 girls? Waiting to Exhale set it off. I say set it off, but a lot of people say Waiting to Exhale.
I like Set It Off. I like Set It Off better.
They both got their strong points. It's really hard.
I
That's a
think
really
it
hard
depends
pick.
where you at in life. Like I can appreciate
Depending on where you at in life.
I can appreciate waiting to exhale as an adult woman. Like if I was, you know, that would you can relate
it's the
to those
Samaritan.
things.
It's the Samaritan, guys.
But then
The Samaritan where he doing with the
Set
daughter.
It Off reminded me of being in the hood. So like you can, it's relatable too. But I ain't never been, you know, I ain't never been one of those type.
So
of
really, Set It.
But
Did you say almost on premise?
And then the
Set It Off and Waiting to Exhale is almost the same about 4 women discovering and kind of going through rigors of life together, or can we not say that?
One was just successful and one wasn't. I mean, in the end, like the end of the movie, like one was real good.
Really successful.
But
Because girl was Sunshine was still pregnant.
Yeah,
Or
but
did she get rid of the baby?
had to make a conscious decision to like move on with life. Like she can't be in the same place and she can't be in this toxic relationship.
Man, she let the nigga from Forrest Gump impregnate her. She picked him up at the store and got mad when he showed up in a leather vest. Let's just say her decision making was trash in that movie.
There's a lot of things that was trash in that movie, but
y'all see Lovecraft Country?
But
Don't start with that.
Episode 7. Oh my
gosh.
I'm just mad everybody keep overlooking Eddie Murphy like he ain't been playing in movies constantly.
Who would you be if you were
Eddie Murphy was ahead of his time, especially with the movie Life. He was ahead of his time with the movie Life. You know that movie did not do good in the box office?
Life was fire, bro.
But you know that movie didn't do good in its opening?
They
said like it was so ahead of its time that like because it wasn't like people really was like not impressed with that movie. It was us after we watched it so many times.
Let me ask you this: Life or Harlem Nights?
Life. But Harlem Night has some funny parts. When that nigga was sitting over there shooting.
I'm sorry, it's Life all
with the little gun.
Only thing I remember from Harlem Nights was you stubbed my toe, you mother. You shot my toe, you dirty motherfucker.
Delarice, yeah.
All I remember was Delarice.
Hey, did you know he was talking about her in the Life movie? When he said, I know a bitch named Delarice that can hit you harder.
Red Fox, Richard Pryor, Tommy from Martin, like Jasmine.
I love that movie.
Stellar cast.
Oh my god!
You know what? You hit him with a trash can, like.
I forgot about that.
You're gonna shoot me, shoot me, and then I'm gonna shoot that toe off it, and then that's like, you're gonna shoot me.
Yeah, go gonna shoot me. They got my pinky toe.
I mean, from a boy to a man, you can see like the deeper things.
That's
like,
you know the funniest part when she said, "I got a bitch that got a pussy. If you throw it up in the air, it look like sunshine." And that nigga Red Fox, up in the sky, like he's in the sun. That gotta be the funniest scene ever. They said most of that movie was improv. I can believe it because he literally looked in the sky like it was the sun. But when that white dude called home, he was like, "Get your mama on the phone." He told her he wasn't coming home after sunshine.
Wait, what was the movie? What was the movie? I forgot. I just remember the scene when I was not a slave master, but like his daughter got pregnant with a black baby,
Life.
and it had all
Life.
bro. Yeah, so like I'm that baby's daddy. Anyone knows?
He said, "I be the pappy.
I be the pappy.
I be the pappy."
You see when he held the baby? You see when he held the baby to his own mouth? And
Hey,
was
pappy.
Like, I hope not. That nigga held the baby to him as he was going to work. He was like, I hope not. But that movie, that to me, that's crazy. Like they made that movie funny, even though it was a fucked up situation. Like you really went to life for white people's fucked upness. That's what I do like about Eddie Murphy. He did make like life situations more comical and kind of made us more made it more digested for us or whatever. I don't know how to say the word, but Eddie Murphy did a good job. But I don't think Eddie Murphy's the funniest person of all time, though. But that's just my thoughts.
Like as far as stand up or in a movie, that's a different.
Because I don't know because his Raw was
one
not
of the greatest stand-ups of all time. Come on,
like Raw was
not a good stand. I didn't like it that much.
But
you know what? There's some stuff,
but it wasn't that funny to me.
There's some stuff that I agree though that I should go back and watch just because I was in a whole different headspace when I watched some. Like I done went back and watched like some Red Fox stand up that I just like at 13 and 14 I couldn't even begin to like
Sunshine. What was it on Sunshine Strip? What was the first one? What was the big successful something on Sunset Strip or something like that?
What for Eddie Murphy?
Nah, for not Red Fox, Richard Pryor, something on Sunset Strip or something like that. That was like one of his first.
Night on Sunset Boulevard, I think it was.
Hey, I got a question. If Bernie Mac didn't play on Friday, the pastor, do you think he could play the Uncle Elroy on the other one? I really believe that character was made for Bernie Mac, because he played the pastor. Like, can y'all really see how Bernie Mac could have played that character, Uncle Elroy?
Really? Yeah.
Brittany.
But it wouldn't have been the same.
Brittany.
I think
it wouldn't have been the same.
I think it would. I think Bernie Mac would have definitely done it. Because think about it. Bernie Mac made Players Club. Like, for all intents and purposes, who watched that?
Like, you never want to say it's about to be some fucking trouble.
Like,
that's spot on.
You think like, get the fuck out of my face before you get fucked up. You gonna get fucked up. Got my face.
He was making cookies.
Dude, he was just so funny, bro.
Dog, I love that. I love Bernie
Does
Mac.
anybody else think that Bernie Mac's one of his best movies was House Party 3?
Uncle Fester. What was his name?
Uncle Fester.
Fester.
No, Uncle Fester was the name of the dude on part 1 when they was like, you remember, Serene, she gonna stay with Uncle Fester. I don't think his name was Uncle Fester on 3, was it?
Yeah, it was.
That's crazy. No, that was funny because that nigga said, "Fuck him, fuck against the wall."
He said, "You know what? I know the whole damn line." He said, "You know what? I'm just trying to get my in-laws to like me." He said, "Like him? What you want them to like you for?" Listen, son. When I was growing up, son, I had a woman. I was talking to a woman. Her dad always got something to say. I said, "Nice day you have." He said,
"Tell me something."
Hey, can we agree? Can we agree? The funniest part of that movie is when he was with the in-laws. He said, "Oh, now I remember, and I even remember your name. They used to call you Joker Ho." That nigga said, "Don't talk about my hoe. I mean my wife."
Talk about
I got
that shit has been rolling for real,
dude. But you know what, though? When I went back and watched it, Eddie Murphy said one of the most improv scenes on Harlem Nights was he said everybody started laughing. They had to reshoot it 3 or 4 times. It was so funny. Because it wasn't in the script at all. It wasn't in the script at all. When Della Reese walked in, and she's supposed to tell Red Fox to kiss her ass, and then it's supposed to go right to the fight with Eddie Murphy. But then he said, she walked in, and she said, kiss her. He said, "Girl, sit down. Ain't nobody talking to you." And she's supposed to say, "Boy, fuck you," and move on. But she went into a whole improv, and he was like, "Girl, sit down." She said, "Benny, I would tell you to kiss my ass, but you talk too fast, you blind motherfucker." That's the improv scene on Harlem Nights, bro. Like that, it was not scripted, it was not written, it just happened. And
so I got a good question for y'all. Yeah. Who's the funniest Wayans brother?
Oh, easy. Damon Wayans. Damon Wayans is the funniest.
Damon's my guy.
Yeah,
but I've had people argue with me that Sean is the funniest. I mean, Marlon.
It will be Damon forever. It will be Damon forever.
I meant to say Marlon.
Keenan funny
Yo,
too.
Live in Color. Listen, that was before my generation. My dad made me forced me to watch that. I watched that bet more than